However, the abodes on the bridge would be torn down for good in the 1750s to widen the bridge for simple, unobstructed travel for merchants and pedestrians alike. By the early 1800s, after years of fires and partial collapses, London Bridge was in terrible condition. So the government decided to build a brand new bridge 100 meters west of the original spot. The new London Bridge was opened in 1831, and for about 130 years, it was okay. However, by 1962, it was discovered that London Bridge was in fact falling down and couldn't bear the weight of increased car traffic. So, yet again, London Bridge was rebuilt, giving us its current iteration. Designed by engineer Harold Knox King, she really ain't much of a beauty. Though, if you do want to see the beauty of the previous London Bridge, just head on out to Lake Havasu City in Arizona. No, really. After tearing down London Bridge in the 60s, the city of London decided to auction it off. Robert P. McCulloch, founder of Lake Havasu City, bought the bridge for $7 million. It shipped to the States, and over the course of 3 years, rebuilt London Bridge in Arizona. Isn't that about the most American thing you ever heard? The pyramids. The Great Pyramid of Giza is one of the seven wonders of the ancient world. And at an impressive 4,500 years old, it hasn't done that. True, it's suffered a bit of wear and tear, y'all, but did you know it originally looked totally different? At one time, Egypt was one of the richest and most powerful civilizations in the world, ruled by pharaohs who were believed by their subjects to be anointed by the gods, and thus existing somewhere between the human and the divine. Even the history of the pyramids shows that pharaohs may have seen too many items of value. They buried everything they would need in the afterlife, such as gold, food, furniture,
Okay,
and
alright,
weapons. All contained within the sturdy structure of the pyramid, the shape of which is only about
That's
7.2
Belgium,
inches.
Belgium,
These are
Nigeria.
massive, just like
Yeah,
giant sized rings, and were truly
yeah,
built from
true,
solid
true, true.
rock. But how are these
Square,
pyramids built
assist,
and what did they
launch,
originally look like? It's a common
into,
misconception that the pyramids were built by the enslaved, but most archaeologists and historians today actually believe the workers were most likely paid in native Egyptians. Some 20,000 men are thought to have handled around 2.3 million blocks of stone over the course of 20 years to create the Great Pyramid of Giza. And
so
while
this
some pyramids
says
certainly stood the
player
test of
rated
time,
84
there's
or
something
higher.
about the pictures that haven't
Trust me, I'm
changed.
gonna get at 84.
According to Professor Mohammed Megid,
I won't. I
which
don't
is
think I had
estimated at the
any
time
trailblazers. I don't even know what the card looks
Egypt's
like or what it is. But I'm
stones,
getting a
and
maximum
certainly not the
85.
wonders of the
Some sort of
pyramids.
fucking shit
Just
defender.
think if it was
Somebody
Egypt,
who is
why
slow.
wouldn't
Or
they
I'm
start
getting
known as the
Ruben
pyramids?
Diaz from Manchester
Makes
City.
sense,
He's
doesn't
high
it?
rated but is slow. Nobody uses him. So I'm getting some either low rated player or some high rated player that nobody uses, or some player without skills or tricks, or some fucking keeper. I don't know. But so low rated, yeah, no skills and tricks, or high rated, a player that nobody uses, or some shitty player without skills or tricks. Maximum eight, maximum or highest rating 86. German. Right, man. Who the hell is that? It was already rubbish. Told you, innit? Some rubbish player. I mean, now who the fuck is that? Then? And she's got some sort of a halo around her head. I don't understand. This is Halloween for her or something. What is this? I just knew it. I just knew it was gonna be some rubbish papers. Well, who is this, man? What is this? I mean, come, I mean, 86. Look at shit, shooting shit, dribbling shit. Fuck off. Already giving me some sort of shit player, but I mean, yeah, no idea.
However, in TV's earlier days, something was missing: the remote. And no, not the sound. The remotes just weren't widely available. Back then, you had to plug all the way to the TV just to change the channel. Just give up. Well, remotes weren't fairly uncommon until the 60s. One early remote had actually been invented in the year 1950 by TV manufacturer Sound. With its advent, meaning users didn't have to get up to control the TV. They had to call it lazy bones. Its design, however, was hugely different by today's standards. Not only was it attached by wire, but it was a handheld bullet shape with only three functions: volume, tuning, and power. For this, customers would pay an extra $30, which, FYI, is roughly equivalent to $377 in 2023. While customers appreciated the ease of a remote, a common complaint was that the bulky cable was an unsightly hassle. Eager Labroo's helped it back with the Flashmatic in 1955, the first wireless remote. This worked by using a light beam to communicate with receivers on the TV, though it worked poorly in the natural light of daytime. Its design helped pioneer wireless technology, though its shoddy execution meant that the TV would start going haywire if the sun shone brightly or one of its remote light sensors. Not ideal when you're deeply invested into an episode of I Love Lucy. And that, folks, is a wrap for today. Let me know which old fashioned design you found the most interesting, and be sure to like and subscribe. Catch you on the next one.
I think she's gonna be good in that comment. Definitely put them in the site. G premium good players.
Together, we make the important things happen with finance that's right for you.
Play some the same league, minimum five. Play some one club, max three. Rare players one. And do say what kind? Gold, silver. I say gold, silver. Silver, silver.
What you're about to see is a former U.S. intelligence official in July 2023 testifying under oath regarding the U.S. government's interaction with unidentified extraterrestrial aircraft and their unusual pilots. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft? As I've stated publicly already in my news station interview, biologics came to some of these recoveries. Yeah. Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics? Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still in the program. No, your ears aren't deceiving you. United States Air Force officer and intelligence official David Grush, among other government officials, is genuinely claiming that we are not alone in the universe, and that in fact, the US government has been keeping the world in the dark about some truly crazy findings for years. Have extraterrestrials really been visiting and even spying on us for decades? Today, we'll be attempting to get to the bottom of that question. From mysterious snapshots of unexplainable flying objects to official government reports and a possible interview with an alien being, here's some of the best evidence we have proving aliens exist. This first story has been corroborated by multiple highly reliable military personnel. It's probably the most striking proof of alien life or technology visiting Earth. And that's why I'm going to explain it first and in depth. We even have the footage to prove it. It goes like this. A naval strike group, led by the U.S. aircraft carrier, the USS Nimitz, was conducting pre deployment exercises off the northwest coast of Mexico in late 2004. On the 10th of November, the USS Princeton picked up unusual radar signals near San Clemente Island. These signals didn't appear as any known aircraft and would randomly appear in groups of 5 to 10 at a time. The senior operator of the radar system had almost 2 decades of experience working with these systems and was an expert with this scientific system at the time of the incident. So he was puzzled as to what was going on. Suspecting a malfunction, the recently upgraded Spy 1 radar was switched off and recalibrated. To everyone's surprise, this only led the radar tracks to become even stronger. They observed firsthand how the targets performed physics defying feats. For example, the objects moved too fast to be birds, too slow to be conventional aircraft, and in some cases, descended from space to sea level in seconds. Imagine dropping in altitude from over 20,000 meters in mere seconds. Now that's turbulence. Then the objects would hang around for hours. These observations were witnessed for multiple days. Each time they occurred, the crew would view these tiny specks moving irregularly in the distance through their high powered binoculars on board. Then, on the morning of November the 14th, something extraordinary unfolded. Strike Fighter Squadron 41 took off from the aircraft carrier on a regular training operation when suddenly these mysterious radar tracks were spotted again. Lieutenant Douglas Kurth was instructed to investigate the unknown target approaching from the south. As he made his way to the coordinates, he saw a large disturbance in the water and claims to have seen something submerged just below the surface. He said it reminded him of a submarine or ship below the surface of the ocean. The strike group of ships did include the USS Louisville, a nuclear submarine, and it was in the vicinity, so it could have been the reason for the turbulence in the water, but what was witnessed later makes that idea seem implausible. You see, Kurth was joined by two other fighter jets, both containing two people each, the lead of which was piloted by Commander David Fravor. Fravor also claims to have seen the disturbance on the ocean and described it as much larger than a submarine. As Kurth made his way back to the Nimitz, Commander Fravor and his wingman decided to take a closer look. Now, I'm going to show you the clip of Commander Fravor explaining this encounter in his own words in front of Congress, animating the story as he goes. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet in a controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some white water off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was
Good
close
striker, no?
to Aspen off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no white caps from waves. So the white water stood out in the large blue ocean. All four of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down a saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water, like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look at the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees nose low where the tic tac, or we consumed 270 degrees and we went nose low where the tic tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingman, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the white water was at, and it was gone also. So as you started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cap point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute. You can calculate the speed." We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews who was getting ready to launch. We mentioned it to him, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. As Commander Fravor's group returns to the aircraft carrier, he briefed the next flight crew that was departing and told them to be on the lookout. The crew heading out was equipped with an advanced targeting, forward-looking infrared camera system, which was controlled by the weapons system operator seated behind the pilot, who was Chad Underwood. Can we just appreciate that name for a second? Chad Underwood, a frat boy to rule all frat boys. Anyway, minutes after departing, Underwood locked on something on his radar a few tens of kilometers away. Underwood said, "The part that drew our attention was how the object wasn't behaving within the normal laws of physics." Now, let's watch the video which supposedly recorded the craft. As you can see, the black and white version of the video is in infrared, and Underwood changes to visible light, revealing the blurry oval object in the distance. He then changes back to infrared and toggles his zoom numerous times. Suddenly, the UFO disappears off the side of the screen. Fortunately, the target was too far away to be seen with the naked eye, and Underwood nor his pilot made visual contact. Following their encounter, the Naval Strike Group continued detecting anomalous radar tracks for at least 2 more days. Skeptics have tried to explain the footage as being an airplane of some sort, but airplanes can't zip around the sky as if gravity is non-existent. And whilst the witness accounts are so extraordinary that you may assume they're made up, consider that dozens of high-ranking and highly reliable military personnel have corroborated the stories. Commander Fravor, along with other witnesses, also claimed they saw an extended version of the video that was in a higher resolution, but it has never been released. All footage from the events were supposedly erased the evening of the day they were recorded. Numerous witnesses on both ships in the strike group also claimed they saw two men arrive by helicopter who collected the relevant data before wiping all the tapes and hard drives clean. The witnesses said they never saw anything like it before. Potentially, this could be evidence of a cover up of some kind. Maybe the government is aware of the existence of alien life or technology, but they don't want all of us aware of them for one reason or another. Maybe the government assumes there would be a mass hysteria they would like to avoid, or maybe they're just keeping it a secret so our adversaries are kept in the dark. It could also be the case that these sightings are just of top secret military technology, like drones or aircraft, that the government is taking active steps towards keeping under covers. We know they're developing incredible tech, but still, surely gravity defying tic tacs are a step too far. We can only wonder what the flight crews saw that day. But my mind does wonder. All we know is that Commander Fravor estimated the craft to be roughly 12 to 15 meters long and looked like a tic tac. Were the tic tacs opaque, looking somewhat like the typical UFOs we're used to? Or did the tic tacs have cockpits with alien pilots controlling the craft, only zooming off after their operation was foiled? Unfortunately, we will never know. But what we do know is that this wasn't an isolated incident, as I will explain later. The secrets of Area 51. Area 51, the center of practically all alien conspiracies. With near constant rumors of extraterrestrial research taking place at this secret military development and testing base, you have to wonder if there's any truth to them all. If you ask Bob Lazar, then the answer is a big fat yes. See, Bob claims to have been hired to work at Area 51 in the late 80s for an astonishing reason: to reverse engineer alien spacecraft. Lazar claimed all the way back in 1997 that the captured craft he was reverse engineering ran on an antimatter reactor, which was powered by a stable form of element 115, which wouldn't be officially created by our Earth scientists until 2003, and we can still barely stabilize it. Lazar said the reactor he studied was topped by a sphere the size of a basketball, which emitted a force field capable of repulsing human flesh. He explained that the craft was split into two main levels. The reactor was positioned at the center of the upper level, with an antenna extending to the top, surrounded by three gravity amplifiers. He said these function as a sort of guide for the gravity wave that forms into a heart shape around the entire craft, narrowing at the bottom. These connected to gravity emitters on the lower level, which can rotate 180 degrees to output an anti-gravity wave, and that the craft would then travel belly first into this distortion field. Basically, according to Bob, flying saucers fly sideways rather than upright, with opposable engines allowing the craft to move in any direction. Not only that, Bob also claimed he read briefing documents describing the historical involvement of Earth for the past 10,000 years with extraterrestrial beings, described as the typical gray aliens who were about to themselves, of which he has seen photos. To this day, all organizations where Bob claims he works or studied vehemently denies he was ever there. Yet, George Knapp, an American journalist who investigated Bob's claims, said that Bob displayed a knowledge of the facility that would only be acquired by someone who'd been there. Of course, some claim it's all part of a cover up. Many even suggest he is a somewhat inexperienced techie. Yet the guy built a jet car for fun and has been featured in multiple newspapers for his creations. So he's clearly a distinguished engineer. Bob even claimed they used a specific biometric hand scanner at the base, which measured the length of bones in your hands to authorize access to the base. That the government denied this at first, but decades later, the Department of Defense admitted they did in fact use it at Area 51 in the 80s for the stealth fighter program. And Bob confirmed the one they declassified matched what he had used. At any time, either of those organizations could have simply said that, yes, Bob Lazar worked for them and they deeply regret to hear of his degenerate mental state or something like that. But no, they still insist they don't know who he is despite all that. Why? It's not to say we know he is telling the complete truth, but there's too many shadowy coincidences here for anyone to be comfortably skeptical. So, are there any truth to Bob's claims? Well, he's maintained the same story for over 30 years at this point and passed lie detector tests on the subject. So, maybe? It's worth noting that the guy has been convicted several times of crimes since his testimony, which his critics have used to discredit his story. But who knows? Was Bob telling the truth? Well, some of the sightings coming up might make you think he's telling the truth. Remember, I told you that Tic Tac video wasn't an isolated incident? A similar encounter was filmed on the southeastern coast of America in early 2014. Those who reported it have yet to come forward, but some crewmates and fellow pilots have provided some of the backstory that goes like this. Roughly 10 years after the initial Tic Tac sightings in the summer of 2004, a naval strike group, led by the aircraft carrier USS Theodore Roosevelt, led training exercises somewhere off the coast of Virginia. The encounter was strikingly similar to the previous one explained. Anomalous radar tracks were spotted and initially dismissed. Gravity defying hypersonic objects were being detected defying the laws of physics. After double checking all their equipment, they were certain what they were seeing had to be real. Early interceptions were initially unsuccessful, until one day, two jets no more than a few tens of meters apart narrowly avoided a mid-air collision when something flew right in between them. Although the pilots themselves haven't come forward, fellow F-18 pilot Lieutenant Ryan Graves spoke to one of the pilots who landed and said the experience had visually spooked him. Here's what he had to say about the encounter at the UAP congressional hearing. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, two F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. This time, the craft was described as a cube encased by a translucent sphere. Obviously, both pilots must have been incredibly startled, so it's hard to figure out exactly what
Man,
they
they live
saw
on
as
cocaine,
physical
man.
state at the time.
Man,
I've
only has to
created a few
things.
images of the craft for entertainment purposes, and I've added a little extra aliens for fun.
Man, they merely live
You
on
mentioned
cocaine.
seeing them, but I like to think they
And
were
lock
real.
them up real fast.
Lieutenant Ryan Graves said this wasn't an isolated incident.
Hey, they all lie.
Similar things have been seen by dozens of pilots for several months, and with the ongoing
Man, I
strike,
watch too much
the
sci-fi
likelihood
movie. You
is
get me?
that more encounters are coming. A few months
Too
later, in
much sci-fi
2018,
films.
when the USS Theodore Roosevelt had made its way over by the coast of Florida, during a separate incident, pilots captured another clip that shocked everyone involved. The interesting thing about this clip is that the craft captured seemed to rotate and fly in a fashion somewhat similar to that described by Bob Lazar on its side. The craft even has a heart-like shape, which resembles how Lazar claimed the crafts he reverse engineered worked gravity around him. However, some debunkers claim the rotation seen in the video is an optical illusion caused by the derotation mechanism of the camera. That said, the two pilots themselves failed to recognize it as an image rotation. Surely, If anyone could spot image rotation, they would be the ones who would know what it looks like. Both pilots believed the craft actually rotated. Even Jeremy Corbin, an electro-optical engineer and expert in the ATF LIRE camera system, explained it's not an optical illusion. Besides, if it were an optical illusion, that doesn't explain what the pilots remarked about in following the clip.
Mhm.
It seems nothing yet has explained how a whole fleet could travel crosswind at that speed. With all that said, it's interesting to hear about the man responsible for making these videos public, Luis Elizondo. He was the head of a secret government funded effort to investigate UFO sightings known as the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. In late 2017, he became so disillusioned with the government's efforts that he decided to resign. He claimed that certain individuals within the government are staunchly opposed to UFO research, and that the government is unconcerned about something that could affect national security. Indeed, many military personnel claim these sightings are common but underreported, as individuals fear for their career should they speak out and risk looking like a tinfoil hat wearer at the expense of another promotion.
That's right.
Certainly, there's a stigma around the
I
UFO
mean,
movement, which is
talk and
precisely
live.
the
What
phrase
you
the
say?
government now uses to indicate
Walk and live and talk
UFOs
and bomb buckle out dead.
associated with aliens, spaceships,
That's
and
hilarious.
broken computer data sets. Lieutenant Ryan Graves summarizes
You know,
how
what on the
UFO
action show, I
sightings
clearly
serve
agree
as
with that
evidence to remind
sentiment.
the U.S.
So fuck
government
around.
how it solves problems.
That's actually levels of irony when I suffer from here is unbelievable. Don't be frightened, pussy. I can't live with it. I can bomb buckle out dead. You know, yes, if mind your own business. You have secret. Other people have secret. You know, we're not doing a Babylon. You can fuck up around here, you know. Yeah. You think they don't love it? That's hilarious. I can't believe it, you know? Oh, that. Something when they agree to when they used to do it. Why complain? No, innit? I mean, when you do things and then when you do it, then it's gonna be done to you know want to complain about it. No, fuck off. Don't complain now. That's why the man them pick with me because the man say no dodo bird, innit? But them see you coming from Wales. So yeah, them money definitely. That's what them will be here. Things that you're not comfortable with, when you're ready for fuck with you know, but things that other people never comfortable with, you know, ready for enforce, you know. Fuck you know, man. Man never see you coming, bro.
Ultimately, these individuals are some of the most reliable witnesses you could hope for.
So all the man,
The
man
stories
never
are
see you
incredible.
coming,
They
bumbo.
were joined with one other whistleblower at the congressional hearing, whose story is perhaps even more disturbing. This
Man never saw you coming, bro.
This is former intelligence official David Grush, who dropped some bombshells. Not only did he claim that the U.S. government has had contact with alien species, but also that they've recovered downed spacecraft and the remains of non human pilots. To make matters even crazier, Grush also claimed that the U.S. has come across actively malevolent alien races, which means we could be in some serious danger. Yikes. But if all this really is true, why the heck haven't we heard about it until now? Well, as you probably guessed, Grush blamed the government for orchestrating an elaborate cover up. Not content with simply pulling the wool over our eyes, he asserted that U.S. agents had actively targeted and came for people who threatened to reveal these secrets in the past. Oh man. So,
Fuck up in a Babylon, you know. Keep on reminding you. The time when I come from shift, I'm utterly reminded of such either. That's what I get, you know.
in July of 2023,
I don't want to play like no spooky, but see more spooky things than I don't know. Yeah,
he reiterated
yeah, word, you know.
this is
Yeah, yeah.
and the U.S. government
Yeah, blood clot. Yeah.
If you believe we have crashed craft, as stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my medication interview, biologics came to some of these recoveries.
Um, were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program. And even specified further on his claims of alien races posing a threat. So, at one point you had said that they're
Boy, I stood up.
activity.
I go like dog free. Dog brain, I say, yo, say it, dog, say it. You know, turmoil, that's it. I look at it, hilarious. I don't suffer from inner turmoil. Heart and in brain, I say two different things. Discombobulated. That's actually hilarious. But,
Who knows what secrets?
no, I owe me.
What do you think? Is this the most incredible evidence of alien life yet, or just another chancer seeking their 15 minutes of fame?
I'm interested in all that, you know.
Now, before I move on, there is one part of Mr. Rush's testimony which is particularly striking. Let's give it a listen. At the time, due to my extensive executive level intelligence support duties, I was cleared through literally all relevant departments and in a position of extreme trust, both in my military
That's what you
and
think.
civilian capacities.
Just no one here.
In the course of my official
I
duties,
want to say soul in a Babylon. If you know a good feel.
crash retrieval and reverse engineering program. If true, this would support the statements made by Bob Lazar, as well as the other whistleblowers at the hearing, along with thousands of various incidents recorded over the decades. Now, let's delve into some of the most credible sightings that often go overlooked. Foo Fighters. November 1944. A U.S. fighter plane tore through the night skies above the Rhine-Valley on the French-German border. In the gloom, one lieutenant noticed a string of unexploded lights off in the distance. Believing them to be German air weapons, they turned to fight, but the lights suddenly disappeared. And this was only the beginning of a long list of unexplainable sightings. Other wartime pilots reported strange luminous orbs, flashing lights, and even an unknown object flying close beside them. They came to call these mysterious objects Foo Fighters, after a line from a popular comic book at the time called Smokey Stover. And yeah, there's also a band with the same name, but I don't think Dave Grohl was hanging around in the 1940s. So, what were those Foo Fighters? Well, some believe the soldiers didn't see anything at all and were actually suffering from combat fatigue.
Oh.
In other words, the stress and trauma of the war had affected them so much
What am I you fuck out. You
others
like, you know, a big dog.
the Foo Fighters
You know, a
were actually
puffy.
experimental enemy craft.
Walk up in the Babylon here.
That was the answer? Indeed, many people think
That is simply the answer. Just fuck up in a Babylon. You don't get a simpler, more understanding what is happening than that here. You can't understand that, you never understand it.
The Second World War was the most destructive conflict in
Yeah,
human history.
the state don't run nothing but religion and everything here.
From a galaxy far away, came to find out what the
It's
fuss
all
was
about
about.
religion.
Then, after seeing how stupid we can be,
Oh.
they noped out again and sightings dried up. Can't say I really blame them. Don't worry though, just like and subscribe to BMAs for all the knowledge injections you need to impress the aliens when they next come back around. All sorted? Wicked. Let's get back to it. Recess to remember. Kids aren't exactly the most reliable sources. I mean, they say a lot of stupid stuff. But what about when a whole class of kids has the same exact story? And what if all of them insist the story is the truth for nearly 30 years afterwards? Okay, now you have my interest. Back in 1994, a bunch of children attending Ariel School outside Arua, Zimbabwe, had the most eventful day imaginable. And no, it wasn't Pizza Friday. During their morning recess, no less than 62 students saw a strange disc-like craft land in the school.
So,
Suddenly,
where's the best
the craft's
one?
doors opened, and the humanoid creatures clad in black stepped out before the now terrified children. The new beings slowly approached. But it seems they came in peace. Rather than attacking, they, wait for it, telepathically beamed messages about the importance of environmentalism into the children's minds before abruptly leaving. Right. While not all students saw the craft that fateful day, many of the kids that did have been adamant about the events that took place ever
Oh,
since.
the area game session. Yeah, yeah.
It's possible the whole thing was just a case of mass hysteria. That's
That's
why
exactly what it
people
was.
suffer a collective delusion.
Mm-hmm.
We aren't entirely sure why this happens, but
And
anxiety is
it makes
certainly
sense
one of the
too. No?
causes.
How it
Studies
gonna
have
feel
found that
when
this
we are
could lead to
denied it?
massive UFO sightings across southern Africa.
Because
This created
Babylon spend
tension
more time
among
and
local
create ways to
communities
deny
that
people and come
discovered
up with all sorts
the
of
charismatic
mental
figure
reasons to deny
supposedly
anything you say.
represented their own.
So like mass hysteria which led to mass delusions, you know?
Some of them even drew
Which is
pictures
all a result of
scrawling symbols
somebody
about
perpetuating panic within the
this
community.
seeming to work
The high
wonders.
level of stress and metals in all the water and the air pollution, you know, fuck things up, you know.
Perhaps. I'm not saying this is the
Yeah,
only
all of them things
cause,
that come by, you know,
but
stress,
it's
you
more than scarily played. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments.
know. Uh,
The Belgian UFO
hilarious.
legend. In Belgium, 1989, a string of UFO sightings took place that would mark the beginning of a tremendous wave of encounters that shocked the world. On a fateful November night, over 30 different groups of people recorded seeing something odd in the skies above them. A strange triangular object with three distinct glowing lights beneath it. Spooky, right? Well, for the next 5 or so months, over 2,000 more sightings were reported across the country. Damn, that's a lot of alien warnings. The Belgian government actually got fed up with hearing these reports and, assuming the US were testing some aircraft nearby, they went public to find out. But the Americans say this was just speculation. With this going on, the Belgian government saw only one way to
That's
get
hilarious.
to the bottom of the situation: getting up close and personal with one of these spokesmen.
All of them will find
One
themselves
of the reports
in a
said
problem
that
one way. Who not twist up in a rubble.
officers swam up
I
close
mean, some bombas that fate, you see. Final destination for the whole lot of them. Accidental emergency.
Many people started wondering
You see too much.
what else
I
could it
mean,
be.
mind your blood
Some
clot
thought it
business.
might be non-human craft's infidelity because of energy. After that,
How the game looks so? The
speculation
game like
just
this.
got wilder. While the Belgian government were quick to dismiss the whole thing, they couldn't provide any concrete or definitive explanations. It's possible the sheer gravitas of the initial sightings inspired paranoia among citizens, making them more susceptible to the idea of seeing triangular shapes in the sky. But that doesn't explain the mysterious radar leak. I think the answer is obvious. These poor aliens just dropping by from that sweet Belgian continent. Skinny bones. Most phony alien encounters involve off-puttingly grainy photos of faraway spaceships. That's because it'd take a whole lot of cash, time, and skill to convincingly fake an alien up close. Which is exactly what makes Skinny Bones such an enigma. No, it's not the name of my estranged nephew. It's an alleged alien. Let me explain. In 2011, a Reddit user named Ivan posted a startling video clip to the website, claiming it was recorded by the KGB. This is Skinny Bones. Crikey. I don't know about you, but I'm seriously creeped out. What exactly are we looking at? Is this real? It certainly looks it, right? According to Ivan, The alien was on a diplomatic mission from the Zeta Reticuli star system and had been sent to discuss matters of mutual concern. What exactly those matters were wasn't disclosed, but supposedly what you're seeing is an excerpt from an interview with the being. Visual effects expert Randy Sharp was
That's all it
interviewed
is.
by
They're just
IMI Global
Babylon or a fucker.
about the footage and gave some startling testimony.
Why would them come looking like that?
Was
It would
effective.
terrify people. They wouldn't look like
He
that.
tested the tech available
They would look just like you.
They took somebody with a crazy level of
Yeah,
skill
the time I come so long, they would understand and say it would promote hostility against them.
lost an arm and a leg.
So clearly not smart. It would obviously look like you to not promote hostility towards them, innit?
Or try to profit from it. Such an
Because if
expensive
man don't even like
was
when
illogical.
other people say things, yeah, people do things just because they say things.
I guess you should keep an
So
eye out
imagine if you look like that.
appearing in any more movies. Though it has been over a decade, so maybe he's more of a fat bottom these days.
Doesn't look, them obviously don't look like that.
Science.
It would make sense.
Okay, so far we covered some very widely observed UFO sightings.
The government, when they tell everybody, oh, Santa Claus, Christmas, Christmas, oh, aliens aren't real. So isn't Santa Claus an alien by its very definition?
March 13th, 1997, in the skies above Nevada and Arizona. The first event started
Santa Claus was himself an alien.
when a witness in Henderson, Nevada, reported
So no wonder why people have so much mental problems through life and why it develops. It's because of that.
across state lines to Phoenix, Arizona.
In the Western teaching about Santa Claus.
Journey was seen
And then when you go, people believe in an alien and flat earth and they say, oh, these people are conspiracy theorists.
of a bee, with some observers claiming they could fake
What does the flat earth have to do with conspiracy theories?
passed over the city and disappeared.
The idea that you believe in a flat earth has nothing to do with conspiracy.
At around 10
Because you're merely describing the shape of something. How is it a conspiracy?
separate row of bright lights hovering in the sky.
I mean, it couldn't be a conspiracy by its very definition of the word.
Robert Schaefer, these lights
There's just no saying I have the same done to one right and done to others. And it clearly don't feel good when people question your mentality. And you end up after question yourself.
What a buzzkill. But it makes sense.
Mm.
Case closed, right? Wrong.
If you now look on things, make people feel paranoid. If you make you do the same, yeah. There's nothing. It's at the West. People you fuck with you if you fuck with them. Yeah.
Whatever he saw that night was not something he recognized. Not content with just discrediting the official explanation, he also expressed his support for the government to investigate further. To this day, however, we still don't have a solid answer. So my guess for now
There'll never be one.
is very much up in the air. Anyway, so, don't you just hate uninvited guests? Well, back in 2017, our solar system got one of the most mysterious uninvited guests imaginable. A mysterious red object somewhere between 300 and 3,000 feet long was observed moving past the sun. The visitor was dubbed Oumuamua by scientists, a Hawaiian word meaning a messenger from afar arriving first. Fitting, because it certainly came from afar and was the first object of its kind we've ever seen. Naturally, then, its sudden appearance was very exciting for astronomers, but it was also unnerving. Just what was this thing? Well, it was cigar shaped and traveled at astounding speeds of up to 55 miles a second,
Like a
more
floating shit
than
to me.
20 miles per second faster than the average speed of a comet. But unlike comets, it had no visible tail of space dust behind it. The strange object raced through our solar system for 11 days and left again, never to return. Curiouser and curiouser. As you might have guessed, many were quick to cry alien, and understandably so. It seems to defy all explanation. That being said, people have
Mm-mm.
tried to explain it. Some believe Oumuamua was a block of solid hydrogen, while others are sure it was a comet after all, just one with strange, mysterious properties. Scientists say it was a bit of both. A comet filled with hydrogen and ice. Remember how much faster it was than ordinary comets? Well, the clever clogs at NASA reckon that when it passed by our sun, the also say there was no tail because hydrogen doesn't have the momentum to pull space dust behind it. But what do you think? Was Oumuamua really just a big old space rock? Or is all that just smoke and mirrors? I mean, if an alien spaceship did come to our solar system to monitor us, wouldn't our governments want to cover it up to stop the mass panic? Hmm. I'd love to hear your theories in the comments below. We're still clear. Let's be real. UFO photos almost always look like they have been taken using a toaster. They're either super blurry or don't resemble UFOs at all. With that in mind, I'd like to present you with something absolutely incredible. A UFO photo that actually looks like it was taken using a functioning camera. Whoa! All jokes aside, this is the Calvin photo, widely known as the clearest UFO snap ever taken. Captured in Scotland by two young chefs in 1990, the incredible image shows a strange diamond shaped object
Hmm. Yeah,
flying by
good.
a conventional plane. The two chefs sent it to a newspaper, but instead of publishing it, the paper passed the image to the British Ministry of Defence, where it probably
Farmer them
disappeared
boy.
for 3 long years. Then, in 2020, British academic journalist David Clark finally tracked it down. After first hearing about the story in 2009, but without the photographic evidence itself, it had captivated him ever since. Eventually, he tracked down a former Royal Air Force officer who held on to a print of it. Apparently, the retired officer had been waiting for someone to call him about it for years, so it was more than willing to share with him. And unlike a lot of other UFO sightings, this one can't be easily debunked. Andrew Robinson, senior photography lecturer at Sheffield Hallam University, analyzed the photo and concluded that whatever the object is, it's definitely there in front of the camera. So there's no editing trickery going on. The RAF officer that held onto it also said that when the photo was sent in, witnesses claimed the craft made no noise whatsoever. Hmm. Who the witnesses actually are, though, we don't know. Though the names of the original photo should have been released in 2021, British authorities have refused to do so until 2076, citing privacy concerns. Suspicious much? What do you think? Let me know in the comments. The Battle of LA. You remember the Foo Fighters I told you about earlier? You know, those strange lights that followed pilots around during the Second World War. Well, that wasn't the only time
Hmm.
aliens allegedly came
Yeah, but
down
it
from
does
the
get
sky
it.
during wartime. Oh no, there was the Battle of Los Angeles. Shortly after joining the war, the USA was still reeling from the Japanese attack on their naval base at Pearl Harbor. The country was on high alert, preparing for the possibility of another strike on U.S. soil. So, when air raid sirens sounded in LA County one February night in 1942, troops ran desperately to the anti aircraft guns and started firing. Soon the sky was filled with smoke, shrapnel, and fire in a defensive barrage that lasted over an hour. Then, silence. But as the sun rose, soldiers realized something very peculiar. There seems to have been no enemy at all. Absolutely nothing had been shot down. So what happened? Well, some witnesses claimed to have seen a single balloon-like craft in the sky that night, something ufologists are adamant is evidence of extraterrestrial activity. A now iconic photo showing countless searchlights focusing on an unknown object served as fuel for the fire. Could there be something alien amidst all the bright lights? Well, possibly. But it turns out the original image was heavily edited prior to
As
being
usual.
published in newspapers, so it would be clearer to see in black and white print. What's more, the U.S. Air Force concluded that a series of meteorological air balloons were released over Los Angeles at the time, which probably started the scandal. So no aliens were spotted,
Big
but
boss, so
most
just a push her
charges
look.
went covered. The Turkish UFO incident. Many UFO sightings are highly publicized cases that have inspired heated debate over the years. Then you have far lesser known ones, like the Turkish UFO incident. Between 2007 and 2009, 12 different witnesses came forward claiming they'd seen a strange metallic craft in the skies off the coast of northwest Turkey. But we don't have to take their word for it. Plenty of them filmed it. It's shaky as hell, yes. But if we zoom in really close on a separate sighting of the thing, you can definitely see two figures moving around inside. Authorities were quick to try to dismiss the sightings as some kind of elaborate hoax, but that proved very hard to do. Indeed, after some of the shocking footage was received by two separate state sponsored boards, they came up with nothing. Nada. In fact, they were forced to conclude that it was genuine. Now, that's not to say that they believed it was aliens, but they did conclude that the clip wasn't edited and that the vehicle didn't conform to any known human craft. Holy cow. Honestly, I'm shocked that this one hasn't had more exposure. You can practically see the two pilots inside arguing about whether they should ask for directions. Ant abducted. It was an unassuming night in October of 1957. In an effort to avoid the hot daytime sun, 23-year-old Brazilian Antonio Dias-Boas had decided to
Not
work in the
too
fields of
far.
his farm on evening. Suddenly, he was distracted from his labor by an ominous red star appearing in the dark sky. It grew bigger and bigger until, he realized it was headed right
No,
for him.
I know.
Antonio watched in horror as
Okay,
the
dude.
star revealed itself to be some kind of alien spaceship preparing to land. Then he noped right out of there. Or at least he tried to. His tractor wouldn't start, so he was forced to flee on foot through the fields. But something was chasing him. Whatever it was too fast. Antonio yelped as he was tackled by several humanoid creatures who subdued him and dragged him onto the ship. While aboard, he was stripped naked and covered in strange gel. Then the creatures took a blood sample from his chin and left him alone in a locked room filled with noxious gas, which made him feel seriously ill. As he sat there, naked, gooey, and sick on an alien spacecraft, he probably thought this night couldn't get any weirder. He was wrong. Suddenly, a nude female alien entered the room and,
Fully Pablo dropping
supposedly,
that spacecraft and all y'all.
one thing led to another, and Antonio wound up doing the nasty with the
Oh.
alien female. Then, after a
Fully
few
past
days
space
of
vagina.
completing this task, he was given a quick tour of the ship before being dropped off back home. Okay, so that wasn't a fever dream I had last night. It's supposedly a true account as told by Antonio himself. I'm sure you're pretty suspicious of his story, as most were when he first came out with it, but just wait. Antonio was examined by medical professionals shortly after the alleged incident and was found to be suffering from radiation sickness. Now, I'm not saying that means his wild tale is true, but I'm having trouble figuring out how else he could have gotten radiation poisoning. Either way, our spacefaring farmer stuck to the story for the rest of his life until he passed away in 1991. Was old Antonio really a victim of alien abduction? Or was it all just a ploy for attention? Now that he's gone, it seems all
You
but
got it all, huh?
irrational.
Usually people do them thing they
The
make money from
Viagra
it, innit?
enigma. Late by 12, the
Yeah,
special
usually people do them
enigma
thing they make
found
money
the
from money from it.
strangest lake in the world, with a colossal maximum depth of some 5,400 feet. That means two to scale replicas of the world's tallest building, the Burj Khalifa, could fit in there stacked on top of each other. Crikey. Naturally, then, the lake has inspired countless legends and been the site of an awful lot of alien activity. Many people over the years have reported seeing strange lights, craft, and even mysterious figures skulking around its shoreline. In 2009, one Sergei Konitsky and his son stepped outside to watch the sunset over the waters. To their shock, they saw two strange glowing orbs rise
I
and
start
fall
calling Mustafa.
and start floating above him. Thankfully, Sergei managed to snag a picture of these ominous lights before they vanished back under the murky depths. No, whatever they saw, it was definitely real. But sightings don't just take place around the lake, they also happen inside it. In 1982, a squad of Russian military divers reported
Woke
photographs
up.
of abnormally tall humanoid creatures swimming 160 feet below the surface of Viagra. The group attempted to subdue and capture one of the strange beings, only to be forcefully ejected from the water by them. Now, if you surface too quickly while diving, you can suffer decompression sickness, or the bends, a potentially fatal condition caused by the rapid change in pressure. Sure enough, several of the divers passed away shortly after surfacing. Jeez, those aliens don't sound too friendly. Sure, this story could have been just made up, but when combined with Sergei's photo and countless other tales surrounding the lake, you can't help but think something must be going on over there. MIB. I'm sure you've at least heard of the Men in Black movies. Apart from that awful spin off, they're a lot of fun. But did you know that they're based on a real life phenomenon that's downright terrifying? See, when people report extraterrestrial activity, they sometimes get a visit from the real life MIB. Only they don't get Will Smith knocking on their door. Creepy men clad entirely in black have supposedly tracked down witnesses and either intimidated them into silence or, in some stories, made them outright disappear. Maybe making this video wasn't such a good idea. One particularly strange story occurred in 2009. It was caught on camera. Here you can see two insidious interlopers in a hotel in Ontario, Canada. Two bizarre men dressed in black wandered into the lobby. They had no eyebrows or eyelashes, seemed to be wearing wigs underneath their hats, and were identical in appearance. Then, according to witnesses, the duo began grilling the bellboy to let them see the manager, Shane Sobo. When the bellboy told them that Shane wasn't working, they didn't believe him and began rummaging around as if they owned the place. Whatever they were looking for, it seems they didn't find it. Eventually, the strangers disappeared without a trace and were never heard from again. But why were they there in the first place? Well, Shane had reported seeing a large triangular UFO above Niagara Falls the year before. He'd mostly forgotten the incident, but it seemed that not everybody had. Creepy, huh? Most ufologists believe the men in black are government agents tasked with suppressing word on alien sightings. But what if it's more than that? No hair of any kind, identical appearances? What if these guys are aliens themselves? Would it not be in their best interests to keep their existence under wraps so they can carry on doing, well, whatever it is they do? Oh man, I can see two men in black suits approaching my front door right now. I think that's enough alien evidence for one day. Have you ever had any extraterrestrial encounters? Let me know down in the comments below, and hopefully I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. While the United States officially denied investigating UAPs until 2017, some nations had always been ahead in their approach to the subject. Leading the world in UAP research is
Mhm. Bro, okay, I'm tired.
You killed my sister. Look at you, just sitting right there looking guilty as looking guilty, dog. Look at his face. Look at his face. Dog, look how guilty he is. Look at his eyes. Look at those deep eyes. Do y'all see those eyes? Look at those demonic eyes, dog. He killed
So,
my sister.
so white British people out there spread rumors. I talk about looking people's eyes. Oh, look at his eyes, look at his eyes. There are people out there said, man, guilty because of somebody eye. Like, what the fuck? So I'm watching this YouTube video on another one, another Xbox. This guy is accusing somebody of killing his sister. And her proof to say he is guilty is that he looks guilty. So I didn't know psychologists and behavioral psychologists and psychological forensics and body language experts. I didn't know regular people become these things. Because I'd like to know what training she has, or even their trained person. Because expert testimonies when it comes to psychology isn't really evidence, it's just an opinion. Yeah. And I keep forgetting which is which. It's either subjective or objective. So I think subjective is when you're looking from at somebody else. And objective is when you're no subjective is when you're looking at yourself. Objective when you're looking at others. But these men from England are going around telling people about whatever they're saying about me. And no doubt they're saying, oh look at his eyes, blah 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 blah. Yeah. No, everyone's running around talking the same thing. Stupid shit. You're accusing somebody. She's accusing him on a some form of TikTok video, some shit. So they're on live, and she's accusing him. He doesn't want to hang up the phone because he's gonna look guilty if he hangs up the phone. But to be just sat there, whether you're guilty or not, listen to somebody saying that you're trapped in a box, isn't it? That's what it basically is. There's something called involuntary reaction. Basically, that's what body language experts look at. Yeah. So if a body language expert is going to look at your involuntary reaction, they know they can do certain things to trigger off involuntary reactions. Because okay, one set of man, they'll say, oh, yeah, some woman kill her partner. She's going to scream that oh he was abusing her, blah blah blah. Cool. They're going to say, oh, she's overacting and what she's putting on her performance and blah. The next person now who is accused of such doesn't show any response, doesn't say anything, is just dead calm. They're gonna say, oh, she's calm. Then what the fuck are you supposed to do? You get me? Which is the right way, you get me? Because I've seen it numerous times. You could put out 1 million of them, yeah, you'd watch them all individually, and people do different things, and they say this reaction doesn't fit the profile, and a complete opposite to the reaction also doesn't fit the profile. I'm saying psychology, I'm not really with it. I don't like it because I kind of think it's bullshit, and I think it's I think they pick ones that they know will go along with the rhetoric and claim to be an expert. Because technically, what is an expert? Yeah, are you actually an expert, or do people deem you as an expert? You get me, innit? Because in a man can not have any what do you call it now? Any experience or any qualifications, yeah, and be just as good as somebody who went to school for it. One of them is going to be labeled as a expert, and the other is going to be labeled as some madman who's a pretender. Because we've seen many stories where people pretend to be police officers, and the general public can't tell the difference. We've seen people pretend to be doctors, and the general public can't tell the difference. Yeah, at some point somebody clocks on. But we've seen these things many a times. So what really is an expert? It's just a label. It means nothing. So especially when it comes to psychology and that, like half the time they're giving diagnoses. Does it actually mean nothing, or are they giving certain power by people in privileged positions to make favorable decisions that doesn't go against the status quo or those in charge? Innit? Like, I'm back into the second one because you can be suspicion does not mean guilt, yeah. But there's people, many people get in fucked up situations because they're just suspected. That's it. They're just under suspicion, and they are put through hell and torture. So you have interrogation techniques, yeah, that is designed to, I guess, draw the truth out of people, yeah. And when you find in them interrogation techniques, what you find realistically happening is that them interrogators aren't backing off you until you give some sort of confession, yeah, which realistically, which realistically, a lot of time people give false confession as a result of it, just to have the torment and torture stopped. And they're quite aware of that themselves, but how does it make sense, innit? Because you don't believe for somebody because guess what? It's subjective. Yeah, you don't believe them because it's a subjective opinion. The suspicion is coming from somebody, and your job is just to interrogate that individual, regardless of what the nature of the truth is. So rather than the fucking man come and say, well, they don't think this guy has nothing to hide, but their superior said interrogate him, and they're just going to interrogate you for the sake of interrogating you for nothing else. They're not doing it because they want the truth. They're just doing it because it's their job, innit? And that's the problem, innit? Like that's what I don't really like about society. Is that they can just interrogate you just for the mere fun of it, like yeah, no reason at all. It doesn't matter if they believe or not. They just can't stop until their superior decides, or he's either put you through enough or he is satisfied. And I don't think there's a law around interrogation. I mean, I really don't. There's not much of a law as long as that person doesn't die and doesn't have any physical injuries that somebody could point out. That's about it, isn't it? You can do anything else to. But many a times, the interrogation has led to absolutely nothing. Many a time, the conversation has led to nothing. Um, but some superior just decides, well, interrogate his clerk till he feels better. He'll go home, then. Go sleep in his bed and wake up the next morning and say, as he talked there, oh no, he hasn't said shit. Alright, shit, well, keep fucking waterboarding his clerk, innit? And eventually you're gonna say something. Because how much can you take, you know? Eventually you're gonna say something. And they're quite aware of that. You know what I mean? But like back in the day, like in in these places, that's what they used to do, bro. They just snatch you off the street and interrogate you until you're fucking dead, bro. Or and after you're dead, they go, "Oh, I guess he didn't know nothing. Or he was willing to die." I mean, that's the sort of mentality these guys have. They're crazy with that. They're psychopaths. And where better to go in it is be a psychopath. Is go in a job where you won't face any repercussions. I mean, there's no better place to do it, innit? I mean, but these men gone out and talk shit in the public, and just like how culture is, it becomes culture to accuse people and suspect everybody. And now everybody's putting everybody under suspicion, innit? Everyone's under suspicion nowadays, like, and we don't realize that we're all under suspicion for one thing or the other. And the moment you put a way of you have an agenda, yeah, and you have malicious intent, anything you do in that with that agenda and any way you get your desired outcome using the public, that sticks. You get me? I mean, that now sticks. The public is going to view everything the same way for a long fucking time. Because guess what? That was done and that was proven to be true. You can't now change it and say, oh, well, when it happens to you, you can't now change it and say, oh, no, 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 no. You're not doing anything wrong. You can't. You're going to look at your fucking eyes, innit?
This is the story of
That's
the
what it is.
Egyptian bird, a fun-loving
That's
privileged
how people are,
bird
isn't it? You make
that
something
lives in the garden.
cultural or
Eventually,
normal. Trust me,
teaching
other people will run away with
children
the
about
idea. People are
medicating
bandwagonists. That's what the
schools
Me Too movement is.
that went by the name that is
In
accused of
Jamaica,
abortions
we call it bandwagonism, innit? I don't know if you call it that.
and the
But the
relationship
Me Too movement, that's what it is. That's what it is,
that
bandwagonism.
was discovered in
Basically, you're
Vietnamese
jumping on the fucking back,
lives.
the van, because everybody else is, innit?
Vietnamese loved ones accused him of the crime.
You know
Tragically,
what I mean? You
our
jump on the van
children's
because everybody else
felt
did it,
that
or everybody else did it,
parental
so you do it
guardians
too, innit?
loved ones convinced by
That's what the
actions
Me
and
Too
measures
movement was about. Oh,
justified
everybody is saying something happened to them.
to have
Oh, me too.
so few justified
I
for this
mean,
group
that's also the
of
nature of
innocents
people, yeah.
against a cold-blooded killer. Welcome to Viral Crimes. Subscribe and hit the bell icon for more stories.
I don't like the color of his kit. Feel like he fucked it, man.
This story takes us to DeKalb County, Georgia, celebrated for its rich history and diverse communities. Located at the center of the state, DeKalb County offers a special mix of city life and natural beauty. Raisha Hearn, a resident of DeKalb, is known to friends and family as Rain. She is a shining example of love and kindness. She was blessed with two beautiful children whom she loved the most. Her children were her world, and she dedicated herself to providing them with a nurturing and loving environment. The connection between Rain and her children was strong, and her family often admired how she made motherhood look effortless. Apart from being a loving mom, Rain had a job she cherished. She worked as a dedicated and compassionate nurse at a local healthcare facility in DeKalb County. Her profession was a reflection of her character, as she displayed empathy and care in her work. Her infectious smile was well known and had the power to brighten even the gloomiest days. Rain's radiant personality left a warm and positive impression on everyone she met, especially touching their lives. Rain was in a relationship with Justin Lewis, also known as Mad Music County, a Louisiana rapper known for his
I'm
aggressive
not sure if I
lyrics
like
and
Madison, you know.
freestyle rapping for celebrities. The two had been dating for a while, but their relationship was troubled. Rain experienced mistreatment and abuse from him throughout their time together. Rain's family has shared that he was mean and hurtful to her for many years. This abusive behavior led Rain to break up with him. Their toxic relationship caused Rain to feel scared, and her family was very worried about her safety. On October 11th, 2023, tragedy struck. Rain was in her parents' driveway on Kelly Chapel Road, unloading groceries from her car's trunk when she was brutally shot multiple times. This horrifying event happened before her young son's eyes, which left a devastating mark on his young heart.
Family still reeling after someone shot and killed a young mother in the family driveway. It happened on Kelly Chapel Road. Rachel Hearn's family talks about why her 8-year-old son watched it happen. Family members and friends say they are frustrated because there has been no arrest, and they say they know exactly who did the shooting. And even more upsetting, they claim the shooter has been on social media many days since the murder. Justice that Raisha Hurd's best friends say is coming too slowly. The young mother of two boys, who's described as a life of the party, was gunned down, Camp police say, in her parents' driveway. Family members say Raisha was getting groceries out of the trunk when someone ambushed her from the side of the family's home on Kelly Chapel Road. They shot her multiple times. Her youngest son, just 8 years old, was shot.
So you can see 274, 217, 210, 130. I say that's not where that thing's meant to be. It's not meant to be behind the controller. Don't mean to go on about it. It's evident that's not meant to be there. Innit?
Several of the family members were at the house when the deadly shooting occurred. DeKalb police say they have identified the suspect, but they are not yet ready to release his name. Meanwhile, Raisha's besties, who have known her since ninth grade, say they will miss so much of her.
The investigation into her murder started, and Raisha's closest friends revealed that they knew the identity of the shooter. What shocked the investigators was that the suspect had been actively using social media after the shooting, even taunting the victim's family. The police, although they had identified the suspect, were not prepared to release his name at that time. Ray's family and friends were not only saddened by her loss, but also deeply troubled by the fact that the criminal appeared to be boasting about his actions on social media. It was a disturbing and insensitive display of behavior. Raisha's family was unable to contain their grief. They believed that the shooter was trying to gain fame from this heinous act. In a twist of fate, on October 19th, 2023, Mad Music Cali was arrested, hinting at a possible turn towards justice. However, the story takes a darker turn as it is revealed that he might be linked to another murder case. In 2017, a 25-year-old woman named Sydney DeWard was discovered to be shot to death. Sydney was Mad Music's deceased wife that he was referring to in the live video. Ray's family is living through an unimaginable nightmare. Her death was sudden and didn't make sense. What's even more heartbreaking is that her two young children were with her when she was shot. Her lifelong friend describes her as a kind, loving, generous, and hardworking person who always had a smile on her face. The search for the shooter continues as the family and community grapple with the loss. They implore anyone who has information to come forward, share it with the police, and help bring the perpetrator to justice. Family and friends started an online fundraiser to support funeral expenses, and the children and the police offered a $25,000 reward for any information that could lead to the capture of the shooter. DeKalb County Police identified and arrested Justin Renee Lewis in connection with her murder, finally bringing a sense of safety and peace to the family.
The family, with a pregnant mother, couple, and her parish driveway, says they're relieved the police have made an arrest for him. They say that while the suspect was on the run, he was posting on social media and even responding to their posts. Contestant Raisha Bird was killed right here in her parents' driveway. The family says a year ago they lost another family member to gun
Fucking hell.
violence. They say Raisha helped them deal with that death, and now she's gone. Our family is devastated. The Hurd family is crushed after a gunman shot 31-year-old Raisha Hurd 7 times in her parents' driveway, killing the pregnant mother of two. Police have charged Justin Lewis, a rapper who goes by the name Mad Music Kelly, with the murder. Raisha's family says she had broken off their relationship because he was abusive. This is a person who has mistreated her for years. The family says Raisha was shot in front of her 9-year-old son. They are relieved Lewis is in custody. I'm just happy that Justin is captured because we don't want anybody else to experience this. No other family. The family says this isn't their first brush with gun violence. We just began our brother last year for gun violence. Raisha was the glue that
Hey, involved, eh? You lying bitch. That's it, innit? Nobody gets them punishment there. Innocent people rarely get caught in that. So she kept that quiet, innit? That's the thing to look at win, but all I have to do is bring up anybody and have past it and their previous connections. That's it. They couldn't win, dude. Top liar territory, them thing is. Top liar territory, you know. Yeah. Top liar territory and walk into, yeah.
With the recent arrest in Raisha's
It
case,
could be anybody against because guess what? The brother had issues and it cost him just to see. Could be the same people.
husband Mad Music killed her.
You killed my sister. Look at you, the sitting right there looking guilty. Looking guilty, y'all. Look at his face.
Listen to
Look
that
at his
shit.
face, y'all. Look how guilty he is. Look at his eyes. Look at those deep eyes. Do y'all see those eyes? Look at those demonic eyes, y'all. He killed my sister.
DeKalb police successfully located and apprehended Lewis in Forest Park, providing some much-needed relief to Raisha's grieving family. Ralph Hurd Jr., Raisha's brother, reflected on the loss, saying that he is going to really miss his little sister. The family remembered Raisha as someone who treated everyone with kindness, and the fact that she endured mistreatment was deeply distressing for her loved ones. Currently, Justin Renee Lewis is in custody at the DeKalb County Jail, facing a charge of malice murder. Raisha's story is a painful reminder of the brutal consequences of domestic violence, an issue that should not be taken lightly. With Justin Renee Lewis now in custody, the family can begin to rebuild their lives, knowing that he is off the streets and will face justice for his alleged actions. Raisha's memory lives on as her family and friends cherish the beautiful moments they shared with her, a woman who brought light and love to their lives. As the legal process unfolds and the court case progresses, her family remains committed to seeking justice in her name. My condolences to Raisha's friends and family. May you continue to heal and one day find peace. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video. For any woman to be killed, and they only have an hour and a half or 2 hour investigation about it. For every woman in Warfield or any city should be scared.
I have to live the rest of my life knowing that I wasn't there for my baby. She must have been
Is that
terrible.
what Delta got
She
like?
must have been terrible. Jim killed me.
There's no evidence on left back, so she's lying. What ain't no evidence on left back, so she's lying.
Apology is all throughout the frame.
Hey,
You'll see her
lying.
apology when her says, acquiesce. Her, okay, okay. Now I want to say this straight. Yes, guilty, guilty. She should live. That does not justify you taking her life. This is the story of Amanda Williams, a mother, grandmother, and a talented hairstylist who was loved by her friends and her many clients. She was happily engaged to the love of her life and was looking forward to all that life had to offer. But beneath the surface of a seemingly perfect relationship lay a flame that needed fueling. There were allegations of abuse, and tragically, Amanda's life would be extinguished as she would be discovered dead with multiple gunshot wounds, leaving her family and community shattered by grief. How could this happen to someone who is so excited about life and loved by many? Welcome to
So 3 games in and 7 goals conceded. It's never a FIFA game without conceding goals. I never sit down and play. I set at 10 games and just not concede 10. As you can see, all of a sudden for this particular game, our internet just decided to go on the fritz, which allowed them to score multiple goals while the internet was down. I said, I'm not too bothered. I got the evidence that I need. Nobody can deny that. It does seem suspicious that it consistently happens. In the last, what, 3, 4, 5 months, you would never see me just sit here and the internet just doesn't give problem. They know they can't win. Like, I don't even have to constantly get furious about the situation. Like, I figured it out that it is abnormal for every time you sit down, the internet has an issue. I've got other devices that's on the internet, and the other devices are completely stable. Everything else on the internet is stable, but it does seem like it's only FIFA where that happens. I said, I'm watching YouTube. My YouTube's stable, my phone's stable, my laptop's stable. But this is the only device that's doing it. So at some point you would realize that nobody can deny that. It does seem strange every single time you play that you have internet issues. It does seem. It means at some point TalkTalk would have to send out a message to its customers to say, well, we are having massive internet stability issues, blah blah blah. At some point they'd have to say something in it. So it's clear that on TalkTalk's end, the internet provider, it's clear that they have no issue that they're aware of and that somebody's doing that. And that's how easy it is to defeat them, these fools. You get me? Yeah. I mean, they're the one that has to cry because they know when it gets to where it gets to, that they stand no chance. They know it is. When I say when police officers get caught, government agents get caught, they double down in it. You know what I mean? Because they need to intimidate you into silence. Innit? I'm not the person you man are going to intimidate anytime soon. I mean, they're fools, but I ain't got to pay any attention to them. But like I said, you just know it. Every single time I play, you find internet issues. Every single time I play, there is some sort of seven or above defeat. Every single time. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter the division, nothing. There's just some always seven or more, and it's really strange. But at some point, it goes from coincidence to a pattern to a conspiracy. And like I say, I've got all my devices. I've got another Xbox that I watch YouTube on. Got my laptop, got my phone, and none of them seem to have the stability issue more than when I'm playing games. And it seems like somebody's targeting the game playing Xbox. Clear and simple, innit? Because whoever has their surveillance equipment in this house, they can't allow all the devices. Yeah, because imagine they sat down with a surveillance of you, and all your shit is just bugging out every single day, every single time. It would look strange. They couldn't deny it themselves. So they thought, all right, well, their surveillance camera isn't really going to pick up certain things. Why? Because they moved the MS ping. So you know where it says 70 ms, 200 and that. They move it behind the controller, and that stops it from being recorded on their surveillance equipment. How they work that out in a courtroom to say, well, why is his moved under there? They know they can't make sense of that. I was never meant to realize that it's on there. It was meant to go undetectable. Yeah. And then things would have happened to me. I would have done something or something at some point before realizing that it's the issue. Because if they like I said, if their surveillance camera is consistently picking up this fault with the internet over and over and over again, when I choose to record, when I choose to call the internet provider, they're saying that nothing's wrong with it, but they would see it themselves. So they couldn't hide that fact themselves. They couldn't deny that fact themselves. So they're the ones who moved it behind the controller to try and hide it because, like I say, all the major equipment are stable, but just that. But unfortunately for them, that little red box comes up in the middle of the screen as well, innit? So they don't know what to do with that. They can't remove that from there because if that's removed, then somebody is definitely doing it at this point if it just been removed all of a sudden. So what they thought they were going to do is, oh, make the game unstable, try to force me to stop playing games, innit? That was their primary intention. Why? Because because they obviously got caught. They got caught with tampering and compromising my devices. Guess what? The biggest issue they're going to face anywhere is the recordings of FIFA or whatever all over the internet. That's their biggest issue because guess what? They could have denied other things easily and denied that something was going on. But how did they deny that part? They'd have to go to EA Sports, yeah, EA Sports is obviously going to say, we don't know why these things are happening. Then guess what? They'll have to go to Xbox, and Xbox is going to have to run an investigation as a result, which Xbox is going to say, well, either they didn't find something or they found something, but they can't explain it either. The internet is constantly have problem. All right, what's the internet going to say now? So that's two tech companies. But technically, Electronic Arts, electronic is usually technology. Electronic Arts don't know why these problems are happening. Xbox don't know why these problems are happening. And suspiciously, the internet provider is all going to say the same. These are all Caucasian owned and run companies. It's not like I purposely went out of my way to ensure that is the case. But name a minority owned technological company that is in this country. Name one. You will never find one. So it's not like I did it. It just happened. It's coincidence. That one can be easily put down to coincidence, isn't it? Like I say, the reason why they're not arrested for all the things I've said is because they'd lose. Because the moment they have any investigation, whether whether they deny that it was going on for 15 years or it started 24 hours ago, they'd still lose because well, you're investigating someone, you're sat there seeing all of these things, yeah, and they themselves not wouldn't be concerned that way. Why is he having so much problems with his stuff? Legally, they have a what's called duty of care, regardless of the nature. Yeah, when their duty of care goes through the door is when you now become a active threat. Yeah. So an active threat is you're out and about in the public and you're about to commit some sort of horrendous act against people within the community. So that's when you become an active threat. You have what you call a dormant threat. So that's what they call cells. Yeah. So a cell is basically a group gang or that of people who are plotting some sort of conspiracy. Okay. They becomes a conspiracy theorist because the group is plotting a conspiracy. They become the conspiracy theorists themselves because when they lock you up for a conspiracy, yeah, and seeking to prosecute, they that's the very definition. They are the conspiracy theorists themselves, not because they're trying to prove that you indeed intending of carrying out some sort of harm of some sort. So they themselves are a conspiracy theorist. But like I say, it doesn't matter if they deny, if they burn every paperwork and shred every piece of evidence from 10, 15, 30 years ago. At the end of the day, even to start it 10 minutes before I started playing, they would notice that way. That's quite strange. Why is all of this happening there? And if they don't go out of their way to find the people responsible for it, because guess what? That would tamper with their investigation. They don't even understand the laws and how the court actually works, yeah? Because if they don't go out of their way to show some sort of duty of care within their investigation, which every public authority has a duty of care. So, i.e., if you are being surveilled now and you're just walking in the street and you drop down flat, guess what? They have to make a choice in either not revealing themselves or leave you to die. You dare have any family that would have can kind of corroborate or bear witness to say, well, he was under surveillance, and you can we all saw the incident he fell down, had some form of cardiac arrest issue in town, anywhere he is, and the surveillance team decided it was not in their best interest to go and administer aid. Why? Because they don't fucking have any evidence and now they can't reveal themselves. Technically, they would have fucked up themselves and breached the whatever that shit I just said, innit? And the duty of care, yeah, they would have fucked it up. And legally, they have to monitor that. Guess what? They're getting in problems anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's just how far the problem is going forward. So they can't win, and they know they're very sure of it. No matter, doesn't matter what happens. They would know that that would be tampering with the case. Guess what? The issue was they were doing it. They just didn't think I would put it together, and I guess they patterned the whole thing and put it all together and show that it's all connected. That all these different issues I'm facing is as a result of their investigation, which means they're basically trying to entrap me. Not in a way where they're planting drugs and devices in your car, but they're trying to do it psychologically. Because, like I say, which is worse, physical abuse or mental abuse. You go onto any psychological forum, any credited publishers, any accredited scientific magazine, illustration, or even doctors and so, they'll all agree to say, well, physical abuse can easily be seen, but psychological abuse is very hard to be seen. So their plan was to not ever have me bring up that they were setting me up, and then they say, "Well, show the proof." Obviously, I'm gonna say, "Well, you're not. What you're seeking is for a key of fucking cocaine and 17 magazines to be planted in my car." No, no, no. What they've done is psychological abuse, where they psychologically force you to commit an act that you did not intend to. Guess what? It would work if you're not aware of it and you commit the act. And then it would work if you get to the courtroom and don't bring it up and try to defend yourself in another way and not have the proof to back up what you say was going on. And not being able to show the science, show the psychology behind the science and exactly how they went about. It would have worked fine for them because guess what? You'd have been screwed. But the moment you can point out and say, well, it's their actions that led to your actions, and therefore it was a entrapment, then hence why I'm sorry. Big lawyer territory. You see, your little, your, I'm not disrespecting any lawyers, but the duty solicitor, they don't give a fuck either way. You get me? Innit? They get paid regardless of what fucking happens to you, innit? They realistically, they don't really have to do nothing more than put up a united front in that courtroom. Because that's what's really going on. They're putting up a united front. I mean, they don't have to do anything more than present you in that courtroom and say, he objects numerous times and say, oh, you're badgering the witness, whatever you'd fucking say. Yeah, that's all they have to do. And technically, you get sent down, you get sent down. You don't go for appeal. Guess what? If you are dumb enough to use that very same lawyer again in that courtroom to do your appeal, which is a stupid move, you are only putting yourself in that situation again. Guess what? That lawyer didn't have any interest in defending you. He played you and allowed the system to play you. Bam, now you go and do an appeal with the very same lawyer. What do you think that lawyer is going to do? He's going to not put certain things in your appeal form. You get me? Innit? Most people won't read the appeal form, and even if they do, they probably don't understand what he's left out. And all he's got to do now is left out, leave out some critical shit again. And guess what? When he goes to the appeal, if you don't, if you fucking what's it called? If you confess, you get no appeal. That's how it is. Alright, the appeal thing is wiped off because you confess that you are guilty. If you don't confess, in most cases you can appeal the judgment. Yeah, this fucker now can go and say, all right, cool, and say, oh, the appeal. You usually need certain evidence to say that, well, your case was not dealt with fairly, you didn't get a fair trial, something. You get me? All he has to do is send off the application legally and fuck up legally by not forgetting. That's all he has to do. He simply forget that, oh, he put some shit in there, or he didn't. He left out some stuff. He omitted certain things. That's all you have to do is accidentally forget to put certain things in the appeal. You get that one appeal chance, boom, they deny your appeal based on the grounds you fucked. Because it's going to be very difficult now to bring complaints against that lawyer and have that appeal process redone and all that. And they're very aware of that, like. So big lawyer territory, pussy. I
Edwards turned himself in, claiming that he had acted in self-defense. This revelation shook the community, as it conflicted with the image of Amanda's happy life. Amanda's fiance, a figure once close and intimate, had become the center of suspicion. The Cleveland Police Department had taken him into custody, yet his identity remained veiled, concealed behind a legal labyrinth of uncertainty. No charges had been filed. As per Iowa standard ground law, Amanda's fiance claimed to be innocent,
my
but
time's gonna get this
there was
fucking
still a
omelette.
question mark over Amanda's murder. In the eyes of the law, the story was not yet clear. He was released from custody and allowed to go home.
Now to a crying for justice after a young mom and business owner was shot to death. Amanda Williams was killed 2 weeks ago in her home. Today, her family is demanding to know why. And the man who was arrested was set free. I have to live the rest of my life.
But they got winter upgrades now. Yeah, that was good because Trippier was at 84. Innit? He is sneak that he know.
She must have been terrified for her children.
Yeah.
Amanda Williams' mom showing raw emotion. Her daughter shot and killed back on October 9th. Police arrested but then later released Williams' fiance. We're not naming him because he's not been charged or indicted. Today, family and friends joined Pastor R.A. Vernon of the Word Church demanding justice, claiming Amanda was the victim of domestic violence before she was killed. What did I see?
That doesn't mean he did it.
Domestic abuse. Watch this.
Yeah, that does not mean he did it. That's not enough. So that is the problem with society, and we're in a fuck society. It's you fools who have done this to the world now. Because all of a sudden domestic abuse means you committed no. It more likely, and you should be the first person them look at, but it does not necessarily mean you did it. The girl before, fear her brother was fear her brother had issues with crime and whatnot, and the same thing happened to him. It is possible that the same people who did that to the brother know she was involved or think she was involved with that other brother and did that to her, and that one youth get blamed. So they would know what happened this and set up the youth to take the fall for him. And obviously dumb enough to fall for them things more often than not. They're quite aware. People are quite aware that you can throw certain things in other people's direction.
The investigation raised many questions. What really happened that night behind closed doors? Was it an accident, a
When they
misunderstanding,
discredit
or
me,
something deeper?
I thought and it was only for
Investigators
fun, and
believe
instead of being
there
discredited.
has to be a shadow of mystery over Amanda's legacy and the
Alright,
community's
come
sense
on.
of security. Bull Heights, once a haven of harmony, now grappled with an unthinkable tragedy, forever marked by the memory of the woman who was taken from them too soon. Amanda's family was unrelenting in their quest for justice, their faces etched with pain and frustration. They gathered at police headquarters to present more evidence. Each piece of information, each photograph, and each message carried the weight of a woman who was cherished by those who knew her best. It was evidence that they hoped would crack the case wide open, revealing the truth that had eluded them for so long. No one knows what really happened between Amanda and her fiance, but what is known is that she was shot 4 times by someone she loved and was supposed to marry. How could any conflict between the two result in her needing to be shot 4 times and killed? The case is still ongoing, with the family wanting the fiance to be held accountable for the death of Amanda and the
And the
fiance.
police can't find evidence to show say him.
Police overall
It is more likely, and according
are
to
hopeful to
his
Amanda's
story,
protection.
it is more likely.
Those who remain
But does it
suspicious
mean it is him, even though it looked like it is more likely?
Her friends and
I don't
loved
think so.
ones have to cope with this devastating loss. My condolences to her
That's how the
family,
world works,
her
because if you
family,
change that
and
law,
those
anybody can be locked up
affected
at
by
any
the
point.
loss. Thanks
I'm
for
gonna say the
watching and
system
listening to
doesn't
this
care about the individual. I mean, it's just a formality you go in there. And you cannot change the formality because if you change the formality of how the law works, because that's how it used to be. You could just be accused and that was enough. And they realize what used to happen. People just get accused and thrown in a hospital, or a man get accused and get beheaded. So they had to change it. So they are aware that there's no other way to have it. If you do it and them can't prove so you do it, then so be it. That's how it just goes. You prove say other person, then yeah, fine. The beast does not care, bro. The system is just the system. It does not give a shit who walk free. Yeah. As long as them pretend and use the formality, that's it. Because everything in every part of the system is merely a formality. I mean, it's merely a formality. You use the formality and it basically don't prove, then it don't prove. Because police get caught doing, police will investigate people. Them swear blind say it was you, and then it turn out say they don't have enough evidence. Even if it's you, yeah, you get your walk, innit? Because the system cannot be any other way. The system is as perfect as it ever will be. Because you have people who work on it and try to find other ways to make sure justice is served. But there's no other way because they would have figured it out by now. People used to get just accused and that was the end of that. Just the accusation. And you get fucked over, innit? And no, that's what suspicion is. Suspicion is merely an accusation. But them can't take that to court, innit? Them can make your life difficult in the street, hoping that it would get to you, but that's how far as it goes with them. That's the only power they have.
This is the story of Tisha Brewer, a charismatic 31-year-old social media sensation whose vibrant life was tragically cut short. Known to her followers as Taboo Baddie, had a captivating online presence
You get bored about
rising
girl, no
before
shit off.
stars. Tisha
Hundred.
bloomed out from the dazzling lights of her limited social
About
media
which
to a
part?
fatal rumor that would change everything. Who could commit such a horrific crime, and why did we want Tisha dead? Welcome
Actually
to Behind the
involved.
Cameras.
Nobody gets
This is
punished in
Story
them ways without being
Behind
involved. It's just how it is.
Cameras. This story takes us to the
I
Portland
say it
streets
is
of
more
Portland,
rare to
a
find an
city
innocent
shaped
person
by
get hurt.
ordinary life
Trust me, people
extraordinary.
involved.
In the heart of this
You
dynamic
might not
city,
see them on the
Tisha Brewer,
roadside with the spliffing of their mouth. Trust me, them
born in
involved.
Cape, Georgia, and raised in the Atlanta region.
One way or the
Tisha
other.
was
You
a bright force
They
for
either
good
know
and a
somebody, we
spark of
know
light in their
somebody,
time.
or
From
them
Baltimore,
secret, them
Maryland, to
secret
Los Angeles,
shareholders in the
Texas,
pro in the
this
issue.
story never ends.
because you have shareholders in it. You see, that's the thing. Them shareholders think they're slick because them have the image like and that foo girl. That's what I hated her. That's why I actually hated that fucking bitch. Because she had the same name, you know. She said, "Me I say yeah. You think you're slick? You think you're clever because you think people don't understand. Say, oh, not because you're not out there doing the physical thing yourself means you are not involved. Look, mind things happen to you. Eh? There's no bad people. No, not but bad. If you are financing, trust me, you are as guilty as the action, the one who commit the action. Nobody is innocent. But people don't just do them thing, they just for the mere fun of it. And sometimes it look like easy to make the partner look like a him do it, innit? Because the notion is that it's usually the partner or the family. But I mean involved in the things outside of that, innit? And man know that and say, alright, we just pin it on that, innit? On the family. I pin it on him friend. She was involved in something. The very name she used shows that she was involved. So them go out of them way to pretend to be innocent and not guilty or have them hands clean. But then them always fuck up themselves with them name. Them name. Everybody wants fame. Plain and simple. That's what the name is about. They want fame. So even they don't want to commit the action and keep them hands clean because the law can't touch them that way, innit? But the streets touch them, innit? Because the streets know, you are the shareholder, you know what I mean? You're the secret investor. And that's how business works. You have people who are still behind the closed doors and have nothing to do with it. It's collecting. I tell you something, no, about road, blood, like, road fuck up, innit? If you think the road is different from any buckler, Westminster, chatting, you know, have a go on with. No, wrong, but politics deep in our streets. I don't mean say she good. She just can work with less people after obviously people in the system realizing it. And I guess she get what she getting. People in the system will eventually realize yo, hold on there. And then man start doing their own investigation and say, yo. Eh, yeah man, right, that's it. And then I mean pawns get moved on the boat shift and then realize that certain people not so hot and not so active again, and then realize, yeah. John Tom, you know, they do all the a system that simply, innit? Sometimes it just go like that, innit? People spot something where they notice, you know what I mean, the pattern all the time. I say, oh yeah, that one, yeah, and they run the risk. And sometimes they get it wrong. But you're still involved because you know what I mean, a friend, enemy or my enemy and all that thing. You know what I mean? Like a fool, yeah. I mean, let me tell you, things happen to people because they are indirectly involved. So the direct person everybody know, but you have people indirectly. That's what you call investors and shareholders. I mean, man realize that you are the shareholder and investor. I will knock you off a boat just to see and watch and see, you know, if them right or wrong. If them wrong, then sometimes certain costs get covered and you hear say, yo, mistake and you know, things get taken care of and but if you turn out and say you're right, they might see say it weak in the system and the structure, you they will notice and say, alright, my man now do this and do that as much as he used to. And realize and get the right person in. But the shadows is more sometimes fuck up in it than the light, you know. And when I go tell people, say, what does none of them just mean? We just say, oh, me, fuck up, no, absolutely nothing. Yeah, I forgot to certain people to explain what that means. Sometimes, them say the truth always come out in the light. Sometimes the shadow is worse. People who want fame for them type of lifestyle, them usually find themselves in a problems first. Those who don't want the fame, like a character like that, yeah, you won't see them on the scene and rah. But guess what? She put it in her name. She directly, I tell you. And guess what? And not everybody are idiot. Yeah, man, we're clever out there and realize, yo, take notice of the name and start take notice of certain behavior and certain things. I realize, yo. I mean, and then them sit down and watch the result and how it play out. You know? And if too much, I guess, response come from it, then they know, say, yeah. If too much response come from that, in it, then they know, say, them right. You know? System that does that. You don't think politics there, Westminster? Fuck, you know. I'm still there, sit down and say, yo, give her herself a good. No, she give her herself. I pray her long term. I say, you think me no know? Who you involved with this? Me obviously be it, I'm showing how it's meant to be. You know, see them thing then I'm a name, see nothing. Just use my regular name. Regular old name, regular old me. And to this day, I still can't figure it out. But me figure she out in a split second, based on the name alone. I see it happen to, see some things happen to some people of that gender all the time. And you wonder what that person could have done for that happen to them. It's because they're shareholders, you know what I mean? They're behind closed doors with it. Mhm. And indirectly snitch on themselves, Plain and simple. And I said, we can say anything what me want to say. Can you prove it, say, on a prosecution, me I try to seek so we can get a lawyer. You play yourself in a corner. You cannot prove what me I say if it means nothing or don't mean nothing. Am I making up story just to get attention? Am I making up story just to find my way in a courthouse? I mean, you can't tell which one. Because play yourself in a corner. Me I teach you know how the system really set up. Smarter ones you never see here or know. See, the ones at the bottom, them say the loudest man in the room or the weakest. And you see them pussy online with them blood $1 million this and that. I'm gonna say, I beat a pussy they kill him myself. As a man like that fuck up everything. Because all me I tell you say certain things. You still can't make sense of it. It just sound like rambling, innit? It just sound like belligerence. We have some people like that foo yeah. But Rasta, BG a bum buck, yeah. Man can't up now everybody say you're innocent. A big fool. I'm not bad people. Because how could they? Because what connection could them bring to that person? You couldn't. I'm gonna tell you, say, them one of the easier one, them, innit? Those ones are the easiest one, 'cause you can't make a connection to them. What you gonna do about it? What me I say, they sound like belligerents, bro. Mm. As I tell you, she give her herself. I tell you a long time. Literally, she give her herself. It wasn't the searching on the suitcase. It wasn't that. It was the name she have. And I said, oh, okay. I said, I never stood a chance, bro. You see where people don't want me to see. I say who more vital, you get me? Yeah, I think me a pot of Italy, you hear that thing? Yeah, rabbit food.
Who were these individuals, and what motivated them to launch such a ruthless attack on Tisha B? Authorities were quick to label it a targeted attack,
Oh,
one that left no room for doubt it was a calculated strike. In the chaos that ensued, the Uber driver, who would later become a crucial witness, shared his belief that this was no random act of violence. Instead, the girl the chilling hallmarks of an ambush, a deliberately sinister plot to kill an innocent person. Jahari Holmes, a witness at the scene of this shocking crime, would later reveal a haunting detail. Tisha Green, whose dreams and aspirations were still within reach, was less than 1 mile away from the sanctuary of her residence when tragedy struck. It's a grim reminder of how close she was to safety, yet how far from it she remained. One man, Nick Taylor, shared his harrowing experience with WSBTV, and his words paint a picture of the chaos that unfolded. Nick recounted being jolted from his sleep by the thunderous roar of gunshots. But these weren't the typical sounds that punctuate the stillness of the night. No, these gunshots transformed the silence into a battleground of fear and uncertainty. It sounded like a war was going on outside. He would add, memory etched into his voice. I was shaking. I mean, usually, when you hear gunshots, it's just like pound, 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 and it's over, but that sounded like a good 20 seconds. As investigators delved deeper into the web of leads and clues, they faced a daunting task. The gunman had made a swift escape, leaving behind few tangible traces. Yet, the city's law enforcement agencies remained undeterred, driven by a determination to bring those responsible to justice. It would
no
be
one
their
never
turn to
find
face
himself.
the verdicts that day. Just months before the
Trying to
deadly
say
attack,
fuck up in a
Tisha Green's
Babylon,
murder
keep on
had gone
telling me.
viral, and it had Atlanta residents talking. The murderous incident occurred only a few months after a Senate committee rejected a neighborhood's
You can see the
bipartisan
game's just
legislation
framing out. I'm
that
just
would support
getting
gun
fit there
rights.
frames and
Many
glitches.
felt the
That
dynamic
just
was too
leads him into a
serious
goal,
or
innit?
off to deal with crime. The city of Atlanta was left reeling from this brazen attack, and the hunt for the gunman had become a relentless pursuit of justice. This blow strike put the city of Atlanta, which was already dealing with plenty of difficulties, on edge. The town had been rocked to its foundation by Tisha Brady's brutal murder, and the search for the attackers became more urgent. As this unsettling story comes to a close, it serves as a sharp reminder of the frail bonds that bind our lives together, not simply as a story. Tisha Breedy's life was abruptly ended with an act of unimaginable violence, leaving her loved ones with an emptiness that can never be filled. My heartfelt condolences to Tisha's family, friends, and all those touched by her vibrant spirit. In the face of such senseless tragedy, may we continue to heal and one day find peace. Thanks for watching, and I
Yeah.
will see you in the next video.
That's it. I'll give on yourself. Everything will never want me to be invincible. I know uptown and downtown equally here.
Women also play a role in violent activity in our city. That's the comment from Mayor LaToya Cantrell. Hours
Better
after
believe it.
Diamond Jones and Imani Williams were gunned down outside a hookah club early Friday morning. It triggered to Diamond's father in the wake of his daughter's death. Jerome Jones' 20-year-old daughter was among four women seen during this surveillance video obtained exclusively by KBSU, leaving a hookah joint along North Claiborne Avenue. Shortly after, a man is seen running and firing shots at the women. Jones and her friend 20-year-old Imani Williams died.
This is the story of 20-year-old Jediah Crystal Jones, a young mother to an almost 3-year-old who had dreams of becoming a nurse and providing a better life for
Dream
her son.
shattered like glass.
Jediah was only days away from
I
graduating
think
from
I my
college,
dream alone I
and
get
she
this shot.
decided to put on her face to celebrate
I
her upcoming
mean,
graduation. Little did she know that
goes around, comes
this
around,
burst of
nice word, yeah.
athletic fun would become her worst nightmare. Welcome to Pyro Times. Subscribe and hit the bell icon for more stories. This story takes us to New Orleans, Louisiana. New Orleans, a city known for its vibrant music, rich culinary traditions, and lively celebrations like Mardi Gras, offers a unique blend of cultural richness that captivates visitors from around the world. However, it also grapples with challenges, including high crime rates. Jediana, a resident of New Orleans, loved life. She was beautiful, inside and out, and would treat others the way she wanted to be treated.
He said,
Jediana
did
was
you
devoted
know
to
that
her
it's not
family
true?
and the son. She was a great mother to her son and wanted to provide him with the best
And
life
let me see, a
possible.
girl looking at my
She was
face and I said, I
selfish,
don't know she
competitive,
why she says to me,
she
"Hey,
never
that girl
really
says to me,
wanted to be
oh you
happy.
don't know
She
me. I
felt
say,
like
you're
her
right.
only hope was to
You couldn't
socialize
be any
with
more
people
right.
who resembled her family members.
You clearly don't know what that phrase means. And whichever Jamaican person tell you to say that, you were clearly set up to say such a stupid thing. Because they just never tell you what it actually means. That is an indirect threat to somebody. You know?
Jediana worked
Whichever
hard to
Jamaican person tell her to say
get
that,
one step closer
they
to
set
achieving her
themselves up.
dreams of becoming a nurse. She was just days away from her graduation. Jediana decided to go out on
I say,
faith
I say
and
certain
believe
things,
in
and I
her
say,
dream.
go and say it.
On May 12th, 2023, Jediana, along with her friends, went to
Mm. You
Trinity
just
College. After a night of fun, the
Jamaican
girls
police
headed
boy
home
will tell
to
her to
find
say that,
everyone in the room
which is
already
obviously a
asleep.
part of the
Detective
team.
Aaron worked cleverly. That's when
Yeah,
he
obviously a
discovered
part
that
of the whole thing.
Jediana ran up to the
Them
room
telling me to say
in
that.
a shooting. Multiple
I say,
officers
alright,
were
you
rushed to
realize
the
just like the
scene.
other fool, you come give it yourself
Officers
to,
ran to the scene.
seal the
Multiple
order
rounds
against you,
split the
know.
victim's arm in Jediana's jeans. Sadly, Jediana's heart
Give
was
it
already
yourself.
compromised. Sorrow had claimed several
Hey,
members of
that's,
the
you
family,
clearly don't even know what you
including
just said
her own
about it.
shooter. The shooter's
And it
past
shows that she
included
don't know
violence
nothing
and
about
unidentified motor vehicle
the culture,
accidents.
eh? It shows you don't know nothing about the culture.
Young women in
You are nothing but a
Madison.
pawn in a bigger game, yes, eh? You realize immediately that somebody from Jamaica tell her to say that, which shows the Jamaican police and the government involved in this thing. I'm see the outer order thing on the bathroom. That's what Jamaican people say when they think you're faced. It's the outer order. And it just look like a casual thing. Oh, the bathrooms are order. Recognize it right away. And obviously she was there in that. She was at that place just to see. Realize right away. And I said, oh, so some Jamaican people they involved in this thing. Right away. Oh. Taco Bell around here. Yeah. No way, not. Good way, good way. Look. That was a very good one. I forget that. Alright, come on, my time now. Coulda. Dream destroyer at work. Yeah, yeah, I'm telling you about the mill not working. I mean, that's good. Oh, tell them about the mill not working. You hear that? Uh, I mean, running the investigation. Let's see what I find. Me find more than Uno could ever find. Let's see what Uno
On May
find.
16th, friends and family of Jediana James organized a touching event where they released the
Let's
living
see what Uno
memory
find.
to show their love and respect for the young woman who
I'm gonna
tragically lost
say,
her life.
tell the difference between belligerence and a confession. You try to tie with being fine myself being targeted. I thought no, when people are under suspicion, you interrogate them until them confess. And you tell the difference between a false confession as a result to obtain a lawyer and a real one, isn't it? Not false. And the reason why I do this to him is because of what I want to do to me. It could actually be the truth, but it could all just be a fantasy of a mad rambling madman. Innit? I mean, which is it? I still want to choose. Innit? Dream destroyer, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck her. I know I'm too innocent people. That's right. Welcome to the dungeon, you know. As they call it, class action. The boy of Halifax. I mean, that's what you get to do. Oh, nah, but fuck her. I'm watching it all the time, you know what I'm saying? So, whoever Jamaican people come tell me about right out of order from the bathroom. They come tell us, they say, oh, you don't know me. I say, you know nothing about Jamaican people. You know what you really have to somebody when you say that? Problem you have to take for yourself because a man immediately you become a threat. Immediately, you know what happens next. Yeah? And disappear and circle back in. I say, yeah, but I know your dog, and guess what? Yeah! I know you, but guess what? Alright, pussy, because I don't know you. Alright. Now, you come back to me, innit? The Jamaican boy, it's a part of the team. The suck, no matter. I'm not fear, no. The boy was Selwyn. Didn't think me never know say police. You know. No, right, wait. So Jamaican police with tampon and head. We immediately recognize the tampon in it. I said, a pussy. But, I'm saying, I know about it. Boy, okay, yeah. Matter man, but oh, they bring him over here. I say, bring him over here for what? I say, oh, alright, pussy. Give him yourself long time police. Long fucking time. What's this guy want? Let's see what this guy want. Listen, watch this now. GG, bro. One of the funniest games so far. Alright, yeah. Gully versus Gaza, you know? Gully, Gaza myself alive, dude. Yeah, Gully versus Gaza. The only GG, yeah. I'm gonna even like the food from the restaurant either. That's actually hilarious. The only Gully versus only GG we recognize around here, yeah. It's like how the government recognize certain states. When I recognize that either, yeah. Oh, that's right, bitch. I don't want you to play mind game. I'm not even there for my living.
He knew that she would have fought hard to get back to her son. The whole community, including Jediamon's friends,
That's when the community gets in.
is deeply saddened by the loss of this young
And some people in the community would recognize it is because you're too clever. That's why I don't like it.
And was truly dedicated to what she was doing.
Because how did him choose that lifestyle? You know what I mean, somebody would think, how come you end up in a lifestyle like that? Because somebody do something to you and force you down that route, you know?
And suggested that women might also have a role in it. Jediamon's father
Of course they do.
comments by saying that his daughter never got into trouble and never found
They are the investors. That's their role in them. Invest. Carry news, in it. Man, obviously figure out that one of them should either carry news or she invest. They are equally dangerous, you know.
That wasn't her MO, he said. The least we can do is have some integrity and respect and understand that we say.
No, no, understand why. Yeah. No, no, understand why them things do happen.
What happened to Jediamond was a tragedy. She was just going out to celebrate her upcoming graduation, and her life was senselessly taken in a cruel act of violence. This crime has left her.
She probably do her own version and order some herself, you know. Burger King or McDonald's meal, yeah. You know, like just like she left her club and go order a plate of food. It's as easy as that, you know. We're all used to giving orders nowadays. When you think restaurants are casual and random things, what are you doing? Giving orders, bro.
Family members of Jesse Correa wanted to hear the 23-year-old was finally found alive. He disappeared after going out Saturday
I'm
night.
sure when I do to my friend, you can't get away with that.
Like
Uh,
the South
one,
Korean news
nah,
told,
take that
the
one.
body was found in the
Because me
trunk of
know
a
exactly
Volkswagen
why it
Touareg.
happened to her.
Detectives told the
Nah, take that.
family not
Nah.
long after the
Okay,
Madison
who
tragedy
want
that
hear and
Spears
who no
was
want
also
hear. Nah,
arrested
take
in
that.
Delaware.
I doesn't know. I'm very aware. Yeah.
This is the story of Jessica,
You know, I'm very fucking aware.
22-year-old woman who often
Tell Miss Hustler.
after finding out about the attack. Jessica
They say, yeah, but I'm partial. You we don't discriminate at this side. Yeah, that. You don't give a fuck. You do not discriminate. Simple as that. Tell Miss Hustler, say, yeah, man, don't you worry. You can stay there. Make sure to sit down and watch it and make sure it's correct first, you know. That's all I'm do. I'm in a particular want to regret no action in my life. You know. If it happen, it happen.
Save on everything in the Oak Furniture Man Black Friday sale. Uncover
Simple as
amazing
that.
savings.
And Miss Hustler say, I walk towards her door, you hear that? I mean, 6 hours of the apocalypse. Only if I did Jack over so behind it, yeah. What do I do about it? I say, we see how good it is, isn't it? Oh, criminals think they're smarter than the police. Like absolute mockery of this world. Prove it, that's all you need to do. That's how the game, innit? Maybe we'll get bored like all of them type of man like me. Eventually get bored and want to be caught. So yeah, that's the one, that's the one. You know? Eventually. So we start mock with him, innit? Is that what I'm saying? That's everything you say will be used against you in the court of law. That's funny. I mean, that's funny. Isolate me from the public, entertain myself. I mean, I'm surprised to see me in it. Entertain myself. I mean, I'm saying make sense. Am I just a madman rambling? I mean, or am I just taking a piss? This time dangerous in this world. What danger levels rising? A tsunami alert, yeah. That. What's the level of danger rising? Look at the pistol. I'm sure it's an interrogation. It's not really what it is because you can't really tell when somebody a liar or tell the truth regardless. Oh, come on now, enough for this guy. Tell me, say, you might tell Mr. MJ, say, yeah, last person get sued or so. Problem you pick up on yourself, you hear that? You won't last too long, innit? And everybody knows, say, yeah, last person get sued, so trouble you pick up on yourself, innit? What was he doing there, you know? Yeah, say, one politics there down at the bottom line, top, just thinking of smart. Can't do that to her and walk away, Mr. Jackson, you know? Openly, I said, good luck proving it. Fucking luck. I'm sorry, Miss Jackson. Ooh. Oh, come like the already know. I ain't got need to do that or unacceptable. Alright, I'll perish. Simple. Yeah, my friend.
At trial, it was revealed that Jassy was lured into Coleman's car under false pretenses. He promised to provide
52 years old, you know?
protection and safety. Surveillance footage captured Coleman dragging Correa's body into his Providence apartment and later researching how to dispose of it. Coleman, who holds a master's degree in physics and worked as an engineer. Coleman's DNA was found on her body. In his defense, Coleman's legal team claimed that Correa willingly entered his car after being removed from a ride-hailing vehicle that wasn't hers and engaged in consensual sex.
Okay,
They
man.
argued that she was the aggressor in the car and Coleman panicked when Correa died.
Prosecutors yesterday said that back in the day, Jazzy Correa was last seen alive and met the man they say kidnapped and killed her. Federal prosecutors releasing footage inside court fence.
I went through his legs with almost half time, so. Yeah, I forgot about it. I haven't forgot about that. You know. I'm still on that part of the proof, innit? I mean, we'll end up in a courtroom with equal proof, innit? You man just are speculating and suspicion. Trust me, I got proof. You man are just speculating. And because you try to entrap me, you know, watch how entrapment really works. Oh, I am distraught. Alright, so back to that, yeah. Back to that. Back to that. Back. Alright, so yeah, is it that one? No, not that one. No, yeah, it's there, man. He won the ball right on the edge of the box. Yeah, so watch this. Through his legs. Through his legs. So you can see it anyway. Through his legs. Through his legs. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. I haven't stopped doing that part. I don't think I have. Come on. Oh, friend. No, you can't get heard that, Mr. Jackson. Can't catch Quark or him catch him short. And I've only for Jamaican friend go ask him what that mean. I want to ask the Jamaican forces and JDF and JCF for we don't ask him what that mean. You think me don't know? I'll find out who leak it. I'll leave it there, level of intelligence beyond the player, simple. Beyond the
Particularly his disturbing plan to mutilate and dispose of Jassy Correa's remains. They have called for a just punishment of life imprisonment without the possibility of
Oh,
release for his conviction of kidnapping resulting
and I can't wait for hear what the level of charges brought against me. I said, oh, it's become black. I Mr. Jackson walk free. I mean, I understand how that makes sense. I don't think nobody thought that made any sense when they hear that. Because why was he not tested? To find out if it was in his system. If it were in his system, I'm going to openly say this because I'm not busy. If it were in his system, how do we know that he didn't give it to her and it was meant to do exactly what it do? Could be. So there's no one out there in the street. Yeah. We don't think we don't know them play. It is possible that him give it to her and tell her, say, oh, he might do it after him, and she first do it. And it end up doing that to her. Right? And then him no bother do it. And Mr. Hasby should lose his job in it. Because me can think about that. And Mr. Hasby never think about that. That it's possible that he gave it to her. And set her up. And then him no bother take it himself. You know? Or she could have done it in the bathroom, so she was hiding it from him. For what reason? I'm a friend, but trust me, I'm a friend. Mr. Jackson, you know I get to Jackson. You are Mr. Ashby. I mean, I'll find out how they know each other because there must be a connection. This guaranteed somebody knows somebody. We know somebody, we know the two of them. You know. That's who me interested in. A person we know both of them. The person we know both they are the ones. This is the problem line. You see if you know bad people, I mean I sure you say something different to go on here so you can't sit with yourself. So tell them if I say get to work. Because without it, no sorry. Trust me.
To prevent such awful things from happening, we need to stress the importance of safety, especially when going out at night. Sticking together with friends, using safe
I
transportation
can't see
options,
even
and
yeah.
always being aware of your
I'm a friend of
surroundings is vital. The impact of this tragedy on
that
Madison's
person.
family and friends is immeasurable. This
That
tragedy has also
fucking
left
Madison
her
shit, that
heartbroken.
guy.
Her
I
family
don't
has
see him
lost
doing
someone
anything.
they
He's
love
just a
dearly,
player. He's
and
just taking up space.
separating from them makes it even harder to bear. It can cause intense sadness, anger, and lasting
In
pain
time
that lasts
to
beyond part of
find
healing.
out what happened to her. I mean, I already know there's something right. So.
Lessons learned by working to make our community safer and supporting victims' families in their search for
No
justice
one in
and
this
healing.
community safe, so
This tragedy
start this.
reminds us how important it is to stand
Because
together
it's
in this
possible
fight,
that
and protecting
him
children
give it
and
to
preventing
her
such senseless
and
loss
tell us,
can
oh,
only
you do
be
it
done
first, man.
together.
Because it happens all the time.
Thanks for watching behind the
People share
scenes
split
on
in
this
it.
video.
Somebody else them can't do it together. It's possible that him give it to her. Because her family did say they don't know of her doing it. So it's possible him inveigled her and she was under the influence of alcohol where she went. And sometimes that work out, you know. It's possible that he did it and gave it to her. And then him not do it himself because he know it least. So me can think about that. What would Mr. Arts be doing? So no one say regular affairs and involved in it. That's it. So the JCF team were a part of the whole thing. Boy, I did. I mean, boy, boy, on from my level. I think when we're intelligent people, but it don't turn out so intelligence is not what it seems. A lot of scamming. Just set man up. And all me I do is lead them to the grass, glass water. I'm not forcing them to drink. But trust me, you know, I get real thirsty, you know. I mean, whole heap of worry up on my face. There's some sweet, yeah, you can feel it. Whole heap of worry up on my face. That means I has to be, don't panic. He never panic when he do what he do, you know. No one say a problem him find and pick up himself. Fuck up in a Babylon, yeah. I'm a one right man, a genius, but I'm not afraid to say it. I can't deny it. I'm actually a very smart person. I always say, oh, they think they're smarter than police. Alright. And same to you, pussy. You think you're smarter than me. But everybody. As I said, the Jamaican government were assisting in the investigation. That's what it is. Everything good, everything. I'll find who could have tell me. Penalty referee. I'll find out who could have tell me that. Give yourself some weird. There's minor activities. Didn't tell you that from time. Ah! Minor activities. But I ignore. Why not ignore? Because I don't lose. I mean, international blood clot investigation. Violation and co-op investigation and all them things. I mean, around the planet, yeah. So the world is mine. That's actually hilarious. Oh yeah, trust me. You might see me a joke. I'm take dead serious about that. You can't get over that. You only know this up about it. Trust me. Just give it time, innit? Use him as bait, innit? Wow, that never stopped me before. Mm. Oh, so basically, find the family connection between Mr. Gatsby and Michael Jackson, you know? And nah, go so, you know, when I say it openly in front of everybody, can't go so. Nah, go so. Because she was a very good friend of mine, you know? Very good friend, but I take it up personal, very personal. When I cry about no day, but definitely cry about that one. The hurt with that. And the fact that I sit there, but all on day I pay so much attention to me. And no attention was given to him. Ah, what me on? But I really can't get rid of that. I'm not partial, I'm not discriminate, you know. Mm. Excuse me, I'm not partial, I'm not discriminate. But anything or anything, you know. Either way, yeah. So you better sit in the sights over this, yeah. Better build up a team and go investigate that. If you know good to someone. I'll not pay attention to me. You better blood class it one over there so to go really look into that. Nah, but so telling you already consistently, I tell you that every day. Before and after that, you will not go like that. What the hell was that? Turning back, got him. Yeah, yeah, I know you son of a bitch. Fucking no. So Van Dijk just sweep on my leg and the pussy them not give me the penalty. Yeah, so look at that, yeah? Right, watch this, yeah? So let's look at this. Alright. Hurry up. So that, yeah? Right, yeah? Bang, I got the ball. My foot went through him. So let's go back to Van Dijk, all the way 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 back to Van Dijk. Yeah, that bit, yeah. So bang, yeah. Bang. Look at what Van Dijk does now, yeah. Look at what Van Dijk does, yeah. He didn't even touch the ball. Didn't even touch the ball, yeah. I got no foul for it. The game carried on, which is blatant. But they gave him a penalty first. Injustice. Oh, the forensic, what they call them, computer forensic. Yeah. Like deploy them, man. You have to deploy them against themselves, you fucking fools. Stupid, cause like they're clever. A computer forensic team of looking into what was going on here and who fucking was inside the system. It doesn't matter if I leaked it or not. Who was doing it? We've seen plenty of time the banks get robbed through scammers. And the banks somehow find them, innit? We've seen this plenty of time. We've seen certain things get hacked and they seem to find them. So find that one pussy. Somebody have to get thrown under the bus. Anyway, FTH course double decker have to run over that. Hey, operational failure. That's what it gets. We go like clever, innit? Buck up on somebody who's actually more clever. And clearly struggling. Hey, is it like some confession or is it belligerence? Is it some madman who just a chat? I mean, we have simple choices there. Choose. Mm. Choose wisely, police. Is it belligerence? Is it a confession? I mean, is it some serial killer who is bored and is now taunting the police? That's what they get it. Or like the clever pussy. Mm. I'm very aware of the Jamaican team, police team involved. Yes, very aware of it. Very aware of them pussy. You can see they consistently tackling through the leg. If you saw that with Dejan, yeah, with the naked eye you wouldn't see it, but they consistently tackling through the leg. It's just like it's tedious in it to just do it all the time. Innit? It's important in the game. Innit? Told you EA is not with you, man. I think it's joke. EA realized at first they probably bought into it, but eventually they realized that because all of a sudden they put this, which allows me to do this. It allows me to do this after all of that. Yeah? So Dijon got the ball there. Watch it. I didn't see it. I could just tell because of how the game felt and what happened, how it looked. So watch this, yeah. Yeah, look at it. Look at his legs. Yeah, instead of moving the ball, he goes through the ball. Then guess what? Through the ball. Yeah, through his legs. So there you go. Yeah. I said, EA not with you, man, brother. You know what I mean? He probably bought into it at first, but then I realized, wait, after all this time, where is the trick actually coming from, you know? I mean, there was a trick to conspiracy when I had against me. That was a trick. was a threat to because I'm going to out human public. I say the threat that humans face. I'm trying to incriminate the communities in there. Oh, the community agrees. Agrees to what? Where is the threat coming from? You want to threat I pose is that the people who try to set me up within these governments are going to be exposed. That's the threat I pose. EA obviously started to wonder themselves like, well, how long are you people going to legally do that? I tell you, people won't like it because it will be able to be done to them. People are not as stupid as the human think they are. People will not like it after a while because they think, well, they haven't seen anything all this time, and they were adamantly told that, oh, they're protecting their community. Only to find out and say, well, human are persistent with this sort of attack. They would know at some point that it would cause, that would be the motive behind it. They would very much realize that at some point, that that would be the fucking motive, and then human action would be the reason why. So they obviously indirectly playing their part in it and trying to distance themselves from it. Because I've been saying for the last since FIFA 23 and even longer that they will be drawn into the situation themselves. And they obviously thought that makes sense that they would. Because it can be motive why and me saying we'll use it as a personal attack. They obviously realize that they'd have been drawn into it themselves. And whoever human went to and did it personally, they're all realizing that they made a fundamental mistake. Yeah. But me not knowing, that's cool. But me knowing, problem in it. What a finisher. Yeah, obviously we started to think about it themselves and realize that they would be drawn into it. And how did they explain that they didn't do it? You know what I mean? How did they explain that? Because it would look exactly like what I said, like a conspiracy based on racial profile. Because it's not like you're gonna say, well, Jamaican police officers were here helping us and they agree. Not like you can say that. Oh, they're stupid. So you never know everything police boy. Sometimes you have to play fool for catch wise. You know? Sometimes it's just like that. If you're playing people who are playing dirty, then you have to play dirty too, you know. I'm not GS my nigga. Quite simple, you know. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Get rid of him. Bang. We'll never get a successful prosecution in this country against me. Or what? Would only be proving that you people were the driving force behind any action I would have ever took or any ill feelings towards this community or country would have been as a result of what you man did. And we'll never win, but I'm ensured bring it to a point that even if every lawyer says, oh, we don't want to represent you, well, fuck them, innit? They're more than represent themselves. I mean, it'd be in their best interest to have the biggest case of their life. At some point, they're going to say, oh, do you want to work for Golden Sachs? What was that film called? Lucifer, when he became one of them fucking guys. He was working with that detective. That's where it ends up in. And fundamentally turning it down, but just to rub it in your faces. Why would I work for people that are better than? I mean, I need it. Work more than all of the salaries combined. You know what I mean? All of your the value of the organizations combined. Work more than you, man. So whatever the organization value is, every fucking worker having that bitch. Put all them salaries together, bro. You get me? And then you find the worth in it. Legend. Embarrassing for sales what you're doing. Take a piss. Waiting for you man to brave up and knock that door, really. Any sort of hostility we met with extreme aggression. Allocation. I mean, they're coming and be nice. Me, you man with extreme aggression. Oh, that was a shit pass. That boy about broken on various pieces. What a tackle. Where did that bitch ass nigga come from? So you can see that they're constantly trying to turn on the Messi, Bennett Rooney. Whatever that thing in the pressing, yeah. Yo, he's been on all his players has been on red the whole time. And look, the game it doesn't affect the game. He's not moving any slower than he should. I mean, no offside. Block him and force him to go. Look, the whole back line is on red. All of his attack. Look, this whole team's on red, and he somehow isn't affected. Like fuck off, man. See if you can get. His whole back line's on red. His whole team's on red, and the half who's not on red basically is a fraction away from him. And they're still not. They're still able to run around. And I said, EA obviously made sense of it. I think like they'll get drawn into it. What's the representative going to say happened there? Because it's not like they can say, well, we did it because we agreed to British investigation and thought we were doing our part. And what exactly was your part? You man can't win that. They clearly were aware of it. And they realized, oh shit, it won't look good. They obviously knew it won't look good. And I said to you, man, last year, oh, I'd put instant replay in it. You fools went to them, innit? And they realized, oh shit, he's controlling us. That's funny. And I said, is it madness or belligerence? And I said, you can lead the horse to water, but don't force him to drink. Y'all try to force me to drink, but I just led you to the water, innit? I just abandoned it there, innit? Plain and simple. Nightmare in Canada. Oh, fuck. I'm not done with it. My boy. How many games left on that shit? Alright, so one more and score 10. And then 150. And Depay isn't done yet. I'm sure. How many games left on Depay? Eh? So 3 more games and we can start. 3 more games. 3 more games. So I've done. Hey! Score at least 5 play. Alright, that was easy. Yeah, you see, I see.
Here's for these heartless scammers. Let's find out why. Starting with number 6. Off goes the weasel. Nigerian con man Godwin Nwafor ran a sophisticated operation that preyed upon the dreams and trust of unsuspecting pensioners by conning them out of their retirement. The MO for this cunning fraud involved a suckers list, a compilation of potential victims who would receive bogus letters claiming they had won the Australian lottery. These letters, sent by a lottery agent, that targeted many American retirees, promising them a life changing prize in exchange for a modest sum to release the funds. Believing they had struck it rich, the victims were conned into paying fees, including activation fees, and some even set up businesses to receive their supposed winnings, unknowingly laundering money for the scammers. And Nualfor wasn't even the mastermind, but instead was a willing and enthusiastic lieutenant in the elaborate con. He worked alongside another Nigerian, Frank Onichanam, nicknamed Fizzy, for his love of vintage champagne. Onichanam was sentenced to 8 years for his role in the scheme. While the victims faced financial ruin and emotional distress, Nualfor enjoyed his ill-gotten wealth. He squandered money on luxury cars, gold jewelry, and extravagant nights out at London's top nightclub and lavish champagne showers. However, the law eventually caught up with Noafor. As the sentence was handed down, Noafor supposedly, realizing the severity of his crimes, broke down in tears in the Central Criminal Court. But the judge wasn't moved by this display, describing Noafor's remorse as fake and calling him a
Crocodile.
criminal. In the end,
That's good.
Godwin Nwafor got exactly what he deserved: 7 years in prison. His fake tears did nothing to ease his sentence, and in our opinion, make him look worse. Do you think he actually felt sad about running the scam? Number 5.
People don't feel sad until they get caught. They were doing it the whole time and they weren't crying. So trust me, care about a man tears, yeah.
Adult behavior. The leader of one such ring was apprehended by the police, shedding light on this troubling phenomenon. Al
Oh,
Robinson of Staten Island was arrested and charged with
actually a
smuggling
bitch.
drugs and
Simple,
selling
innit?
them when he was arrested. However, what made
As
things
a knife
worse
for an eye, that's not that's the rule of the game, innit? Don't forget the rules, blood. I'm telling you, know the rules. And we broke the rules first, you know. So that's it. You don't take one man for fuck up the system. You broke the rules. So watch me trample upon it. Eh? Who don't have to follow it, then certainly I do.
once they gained the trust of unsuspecting victims, the children would often request
Oh,
access
what is
to
that? What is that? What is that?
hoping to
Oh, this
prove
guy's
their
not very
innocence.
good in that.
But
You can
the
tell right away.
scammers
Offside
were
referee.
set
He's
for
cutting in, he's
life.
cutting in, he's cutting in, he's cutting in. He's going through the middle.
Stop there.
Start the
The
ball.
incident was
Great,
quickly
right.
reported
So
to
I'm gonna
NBC
match up this victory. Back through the center for him.
creating
Whatever that is
chaos
called.
across the
Turn him
city.
back.
25 people
Through the
killed.
middle.
Quick action by the staff to eventually
Right.
intervene. The incident
Double
turned into
teaming.
a crazy fiasco.
Push it now.
Prosecutors didn't hold back and charged
Behind.
Robinson
Right,
with murder.
referee.
Despite the serious charges, Robinson was
Turn him
acquitted
away. He's
on
aggressive. He's too aggressive. He's too aggressive. Yeah, I mean, he's too aggressive. Too aggressive. Too aggressive. Come on. Compete. Compete, pussy. Compete.
while the kids can't be held responsible
Compete.
for
Through the middle.
manipulating pawns in a stolen game, the situation highlighted the challenges faced by authorities in
Yeah.
arresting this issue,
Come on.
particularly in a city where bail laws are becoming increasingly lax. In the end, this unfortunate saga reflects a concerning
Come
aspect
in.
of the new modern world, where children are being manipulated into a life of crime, perpetuating cycles, making things worse. Number 4. Navy veteran husband ran a scheme that compromised the personal information of more than 80 patients and also funded a
Yeah.
lavish shopping spree
Make him make the decision for me. I made the wrong decision. Come on.
near Fifth Avenue.
They have a
As
bad
the
habit of
victim
doing that, don't they?
filed to speak, the woman agreed
I
to
mean, that's
provide
what pride does.
despite the risk the child would arrive at the hospital too soon.
Uh, get to that. Make him make a decision. That's it. Make him make a decision. Over the top to the Nunes. Control it. Right. Turn him back. Down the line. Middle. Back to there. Whatever that's called. He's onto him. Right. Move it now. Turn it back. Just stand up now. Stand up. Sure, he's going through. He's going through the middle. Oh. That's it. Yeah, come on. He's not winning. He's not winning. So get for extra attacker. So I should push one of the midfielders them through. Step wide. Borrow. Borrow out. I saw it. Saw it. Saw it. Just got lucky. Back there. Back there. Through the center. No, I tried to give it to fucking Madison. Ah, that's whose ball is that? No, no, don't follow man. Leave him, man. No, no, no. Come on, come on, come on. Over the top. Now, who's faster? Who's faster? Who's faster? Over the top. Ah, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. You're going for Crespo. I know, I know, I know. Get it now, get it now. Come on. Go wide. Over the top. Yeah. I knew, man. I knew, I knew, I knew, I knew. Come on. What is that? What is that? What is that? He's going back to her. He's going back to her. Through the middle. Yeah, force him through the middle now. So just stand up there. Stand up there. Stand up there. Almost, almost, almost. Ah, don't bet penny. There you go. Come on. Hmm. You turning back on you, man. You think he's clever? He's going back to the center again. There you go. Touch it now. Run past him. Ah. Alright, come on, come on, come on, come on. This guy's fucking on. Come on. Alright, so go Messi there. Depay there. Right, so Lawrence, I don't like Madison, really don't. Um, should really put on Gutsy there, but then, yeah. Alright, so put him in there. About Dijon and Madison too is the same. I don't like that. That midfield, I don't like. Alright, cool. That's messy. That's messy.
Launched an investigation. Trent purchased a made with the missing Amazon gift card at the Washington address in Queens. Observations made by a postal inspector further confirmed her activities. On multiple occasions, the inspector saw Washington rifling through the mail and removing its contents, which is weird that the inspector let it happen more than once after seeing it, but whatever. As Christmas drew near, Washington's greed knew no bounds. She brazenly opened the greeting card, extracted a bundle of cash, and stuffed it into her glove in plain sight of the postal worker. Confronted by the inspector a few days later, Washington confessed to her crimes. She admitted to stealing an estimated 100 to 300
Yo!
packages of Amazon imported mail.
No, 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 no. Complete criminal activity. Bro.
Starbucks gift card, lottery scratch-off tickets,
Just get him. Go back with Palacio. Who's this? All
when
right.
asked why she kept the letter destined to be from home, Washington said that it was the stickers attached to the envelope that
Yes.
influenced her into doing it. This admission paints a pretty clear picture of what type of person Darlene Washington is, since she not only lacks remorse, but was willing to ruin the magic of Christmas for some kid. For those of you who have kids, you probably already know
To the
that she
center.
ruined so many Christmases with gifting and kid stuff collection. What she was planning on doing with the kid's letter or stickers is
No, 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 no.
right here
What the hell? How did I? Ah,
number one
bad decision.
on the
I'll put that
Christmas
down to that.
list. In a
Alright,
chilling
so he's going back there.
assault,
He's going back there.
heartless scammers devised a scheme that
Yeah.
preyed on the
Well,
vulnerabilities
come
of
on, you get another
American
chance, nigga.
consumers. The scam unfurled as individuals scoured online obituaries
I
seeking
am
a
some reason it
certificate
bounced off
of
him
a loved one of the
right
recently
now. So
deceased.
let him go through the
Washington's
center there.
representative from the funeral home
Let him
plunged
go through
into
the
the
center.
system
Head it
to
Good
locate
work,
the
Olga. Good
American
work.
Funeral Services
Remember
record.
Olga from Mona,
Not a
innit?
single day after saying goodbye to her loved
There you
one,
go. Come on,
the
Rodrigo.
man who had succumbed to lung cancer, Lisa
Just
Ann,
simple tap it
received
in.
a call from someone claiming
Simple
that
tap
the
it in.
funeral home
Kind of
was
run the risk by
suspecting
tapping it in. I should have
the
striked it in.
recipient was a
But I
bypass
felt like
surgeon
if I
who
struck it,
suggested she make a
it would have
C-section
triggered off
to
the
help
AI
save
block
her
it.
life.
Because the
Reaching
game's funny like that. Yeah. You try to hit the ball hard there,
hotline with
it will
his
trigger off like a big animation
team, recognizing
where
the
they jump in the way in it. But if you just tap it in,
the
it's like a
scheme
50-50 situation. Innit?
perpetrators
Well,
opted
like
to
I think
suspect
I call it a pool shot. And a pool shot works better.
making the
Innit?
call would appear as if they originate from the funeral home in question, confusing their unsuspecting victim. While numerous funeral homes took to social media to sound the alarm about the scheme, some are still in sync.
Ah,
Another incident happened at a
come on,
prominent
come on.
funeral home in Alabama, where
Yeah,
nearly
force him through the middle now. I beam, 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 I beam.
well, only when the
I
genuine
beam in it.
contractor
Make him
became
make his
visible
choice, make his
did the
choice.
scam
Force him
reveal
for a far
its
shot.
main victim. Denise
Force him
Madison
for a far shot.
recently found
Through the middle
herself in
now.
a similar
Dijon.
situation when, following the CBS report
That got there
of the
quickly.
vanishing of her obituary
Turn him back.
archive, while
Just
asking
stand him up. And him.
$200 for an altered insurance claim. Suspicion
All the way
grew
across.
when the funeral
No.
home later confirming
Got you there.
that it had indeed
Got you
made a
there.
mistake. The FTC issued an unequivocal warning: resist giving in to immediate pressure, and if you have any doubts about the call's authenticity, contact the funeral home directly.
Good work, good work, good work, good work. Alright, go on. Let the game settle down. Let it settle. Through the center. Oh, over the top, innit? Force him wide and let him go wide. Hey, try it. That was a very good try. There we go.
What's the sadder scam, though? This Brazilian girl scammed her own mom for over $100 million, while this guy went out
Mm.
and decided to rob a corner store after losing his life savings to crypto. Let's get right
Look
to
at
it.
them, like, look at him. He's
Brazilian
on red there, and I cannot catch his guys, but
UK man Louis Crosby had it up. In
see, look at his whole
Brazil,
team's on red. He's
he
on ultimate pressure. Innit? His whole team's on red. Yeah?
developed that he had met online.
His whole team's on red. His whole team's on red.
He threw his life savings
His
into
whole
a
team's on red.
$1.3 million dowry,
His
thinking
whole
that it
team's
would
on red,
pay
isn't it?
for
Like
the currency scam.
his
But
whole team's on red. No, his whole team's on red. I mean, his whole fucking team's on red. Bro.
$100 went down. He quoted
His
his
whole
lawyer
team's on red. Look at them, all of them are fucked in. But
that he was
somehow
unable to
is not fucking messing with them. I just keep the ball in. I'm blatantly being robbed there, man. You shouldn't be able to pressure me if his whole team's on rip. But technically, I could put mine on and fuck him over, innit? No, this weird shit again, like last night with Messi. Oh, no, so that's that one done. Excuse me, that's that one done. Right, so masterclass now. Score 10. Let's see where it goes. Right. I don't like Madison. Take Madison shit. And we can take out Madison for Madison. Wait, actually, why am I not getting that done? That's really strange, isn't it? Score 10 goals using triple check. Oh, I got score with Madison. Oh shit. Move him up. Move him to strike and then fuck it. Okay. Can you play something for something attack for me? Right, so I could go with a 4-3-3. Go 4-3-3. So would that one make sense? Yeah, that one makes sense. Okay, that one makes sense. I should use a 4-3-3 with wingers and a camera. Madison to come, my word to right wing, and I'm a striker. But I'll tell you, no, I need vision. No, I can't use that one. Come. Yeah, come. So where was it? Where is it now? You there, you there, you there, and then you there. Yeah. Everybody's on Kim, 20 now. You two are, you two are. She's criminal. Who have I got? Have I got any more left backs that can be used there? Left back. No. Definitely, no. There's obviously basically. Don't want to use him over here. She absolutely spunks him, does it? Give him a go. Fuck it. Why is Darwin Nunes not on full kill? He matches. He gets the Dutch league from Dijon plus all the Premier League players. She doesn't get the extra league because she's just getting English leagues there. And Darwin Nunez has a Prem from the manager. True Prem. Yeah, that's him. Probably shouldn't use him. I think he's well good at Ogre.
I just received the marketing plan from a freelancer on Fiverr. It's great. The way I'll present it will really take it to the next level. Check it out. Skills. We're developing that with a freelancer, and it's excellent. It's probably my feedback that makes it so good.
So you so shooting and dribbling, shooting and dribbling, shooting and dribbling, finisher. Shooting and dribbling for you. I think you are shit. Yeah. Go in. Yeah. Yeah. So that goes to 7. Now, Madison is rubbish. Shit, well. I need a left foot. I haven't even been using it. I take it myself. How much is he? Compare 34, 35. What's they buying for? Buying for 51. That's so much money on it. That's rubbish. I'm gonna sell all of them in. Literally gonna sell all of them, right? So somebody else. I bring Hernandez in. I don't really use him. Hernandez. Centennial, Shooting, that's 88, 94. Yeah, there you go, there. And, right, that one. Hold on, I want to bring somebody else in the couple. How much is it? 90, 82, 85, 82, 82, 82, 82, 82, 81. I'm not lost anything for me. Right, come on. on to the referee. I hate Van Dijk, you know. What? Why did they make him like that, man? You just constantly foul players and get away with it all the time. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Interestingly, the scamming for these two didn't start until 2 years ago, which means Dougherty didn't try to scam two of his most prominent customers until he was already seeing some measure of success. When Dougherty did begin defrauding customers
Yeah,
in
yeah.
April, he
But
started
yeah.
messing it up. He instructed them to take some money out of one investment vehicle that they had together and put it somewhere else. Specifically, he wanted them to suddenly make a private placement for some unnamed farm subsidy accounts. They did what he asked to the tune of about $30,000. Before too long, checks to the Vegas began bouncing. David always seemed to have an excuse at the ready, but Sharon and David were none of it. They eventually went to the authorities and the media, kicking off an investigation that would ultimately spell an end to Dougherty's big scam. The investigation even uncovered other victims, at least two of whom were knocked financially flat by the scam. Jerry and Diane, who declined to use their last name to the reports, were left relying on their children for support.
No! As they call it, solid rock blood. Fuck yeah.
Capital gains for home renovation,
Yeah,
travel,
pussy.
or tuition, among other expenses. Fake investments he offered to the clients were all eventually found to be just that, fake. In July 2020, the story finally met
Ooh.
its conclusion. Filing for bankruptcy in 2018 and catching charges in 2019, Dougherty proved guilty and was sentenced to 12 years in prison. All told, the convicted only got back about $3 million
What?
of the over $10 million that he took, leaving them collectively $7 million down. Number one.
Okay, well.
One of the things that I love about Hollywood is the movies feature
You see, there's pure contact being made all over the fuck. What they gonna do? What they gonna do there? Whatever, man. This guy literally scored 3 goals in 60 seconds.
fraud scam. Brazilian Sabine Colbredici was arrested for scamming her own mother out of somewhere around 724 million real, the equivalent of just over $142 million. She ran the scam for 2 years and managed to get money, valuable paintings, and other goods out of the deal. Sabine didn't act alone. Diana Rosa, Aparecidas, Ernesto Vuletic, and Slavko Vuletic, along with four other unnamed parties, were also brought in as part of the
All
scheme,
running.
according to official records. Together, they started out by essentially tricking her. The main
Yeah,
payment
that's
was
it.
one Genevieve Medici for a hand of her volume. Before too long, though, things started to escalate. They continued pressuring the woman to bring more money and valuables to them. Eventually, the operation took a sinister turn. Before she finally had enough, went to the cops. Genevieve endured being physically threatened, intimidated, and even isolated by her own daughter. The scam began when Sabine set her sights on Stella Amaral's still living husband, Sol Poete. Genevieve's late husband, Jean Medici, was an art collector who left her a great deal of valuable items in Sicily. Sol Poete and two other pieces by the same artist fell into the hands of Sabine and her associates worth around 700 million real together. Sol Poete, in particular, had even had a stint in the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. Arcilla Joe Amaral is thought of by some as the mother of
Now,
modern
what I
Italian
just
art,
seen, dude.
figuring seven widely hailed works of art around the 1920s. Three of these, all of which
All
feature
right.
Sabine, were made specifically for her
Oh,
legacy.
fuck it, right. I thought, what is this?
Paintings or Osono and Pontius, and the three together formed the bulk of the game of the scam. Sabine wouldn't have been able to pull this off on her own. The first step in the scam was to bring associates on board who would fill key roles in pulling Genevieve off guard. Among these were first Sabine. Genevieve did so out of the blue.
Why on
After
God's sake
months
you
of
put all that?
manipulation, their daughter would soon die. Sabine kept feeding the psychic another personal information that was used to scare and coerce Genevieve. As the scam progressed, the psychics not only took fees from Genevieve, they convinced her to part with valuables. First thing on the list was Sol Puente. The team worked on the beleaguered mug to make her believe that the painting was cursed, tied to her daughter's upcoming demise. Under the guise of praying for and purifying the objects, the psychics convinced Genevieve to let them haul the paintings away. Amaral wasn't the only key to their victory. Influential artwork from a number of Brazilian masters was also involved in the heist. The works of Rubens Urquhart, Cicero Diaz, and Alberto Many others. All told, at least 16 paintings went missing. Authorities wasted no time once they were brought into the picture. Investigation proceedings, including tracking the paintings, began immediately. In August of 2022, police
Mm-mm.
issued a warrant making arrests along with Steve herself. Authorities have nabbed four other suspects as of
Yeah, look at
yesterday.
this shit, bro.
Among the paintings, many were found in the homes of suspects during raids.
What
Others
is
were
Madison
discovered
doing down
years
there?
ago. Of the 16 confirmed missing,
Madison
only
McCam,
two
why is he down there? He's supposed to be helping me attack. Fuck is he doing down there?
section on the arrest
Madison is rubbish.
$1,000
Right?
cash or
Madison is shit.
just to punch someone in the face if you're choosing.
Madison actually rubbish. Right? Shit.
Get ready for making tax digital VAT returns. Search zero next. In the age of the internet, an entire gold mine of knowledge is never more than a few clicks away. Problem is that it sometimes seems like there's just too much out there. How to decide what's worth knowing and how you clog up your brain with useless nonsense? That's where I come in. From the weird and wonderful to the downright amazing, coming up are 20 facts you need to know about
Okay.
Bitcoin.
Yeah. Look, look, look. Ah! Uh,
First date plan at a fancy restaurant. But when you arrive, you realize you forgot to bring any breakfast with you. And to make matters worse, you just ordered garlic bread as a side. Fear not, friend. All you need to do is order a side salad with cucumber. You see, fibrous vegetables such as celery and cucumbers boost your mouth's saliva production, which washes away odor-causing bacteria and, in turn, cures bad breath.
let's
Now,
see.
put a
Let's see.
golden slice of cucumber between your tongue.
Don't shed any tears for these heartless scammers. This cop couldn't help himself by running a lucrative scam. And these two politicians just can't seem to find themselves out of court.
All right.
Let's get right into the worst people in charge. Number 5, Side King. UK Police Constable Daniel Ameson wanted to supplement his income in order to enjoy
Back
the
pose.
amenities in life. Expensive meals, incredible vacations, and whatever else these three hooligans
In the
choose.
corner. Bang.
On top, with this, he
Okay.
could sell hundreds of fully loaded cable boxes online, as well as illegal substances. Ameson's cable boxes cost UK cable companies, including Stack TV, anywhere from £500,000 to £5 million in lost pay-per-view subscription revenue. Ameson sold roughly 1,640 cable boxes through various online outlets like Amazon and eBay. His cable boxes were loaded with apps that allowed users to watch Stack TV, BT Sports, as well as blockbuster movies for free by circumventing paywalls. Ameson made over £655,000 from the sale. Ameson and his wife,
Keeper.
Daniel, weren't exactly conspicuous with their added income. They regularly enjoyed fine dining meals at Michelin-starred restaurants, often spending over £500 on meals alone, taking vacations to luxury spots like Marbella,
Look at the
Santorini,
game now. It's
and
glitching
Mexico,
away.
as well as
Alright, Loriente.
high-end
Whoever that is,
luxury
Loriente versus Dembele. Cut it in on the left.
Ameson's business included
No
high-end luxury
fucking
restaurants,
way,
hotels,
blade.
and
Nah.
residential Airbnb for his book transactions. Ameson laundered all incoming money through a bank account in a firm he
That
trusted,
guy's actually shit, you
paying
know. I don't know how he got that
unsuspecting
goal there.
money through his mom and sister's bank accounts. While both Daniel and Rachel were sharks, only Daniel was sent to prison after his guilty plea, while his wife completed a walkout. Ameson began running his cable box scheme
Alright,
publicly
look at
in
that, look at that, look at
2011.
that, yeah.
Ameson, a huge fan of Breaking Bad, was arrested for renting
Good show.
Their suspicion overdosed covertly. Into was investigated by the Federal Bureau of Electronic Theft, known as FACT, a private entity that specializes in authorized theft. FACT purchased one of AMC's boxes alongside the police. The illegal software was discovered, and the agent was promptly taken back into custody.
Good fucking save that. That was a good one. Last minute one, minute.
And in an additional 12 months,
And
special
defender won't get back into position.
monitoring, later charges were allowed to rely on file, meaning the courts had enough evidence to make a case, but if it deemed no
Of course,
longer
there's no
necessary,
evidence to
it
make
could
any
dismiss
case.
the
Yeah.
case in split. Rachel Ray
Anybody
was
making a case, it must be a leather suit case. You get me? Yeah.
one
Oh,
of
one of
those
them fucking
individuals
circus case. Yeah.
living the American dream of owning their own successful
There you
vacation
go.
business, buying and flipping houses. Like any marvelous business,
Oh, Madison is so shit, brother.
started buying and flipping
It's
houses.
so
The
rubbish.
problem was, I just received an income from trail to Friday. It's great.
Madison is so shit. It's unbelievable. Like, he just fucks up everything, Madison.
Skills. Hire a top-rated freelancer on Fiverr. Finding the one isn't always easy, but at Safety.com we have something for everyone. The Isla, elegant, classic, and comfortable. The Long Island, a contemporary modern estate which is relaxed and laid back. The Blue One, timeless and versatile. The perfect piece for your home. At Safety.com we
Control it.
choose from
Simple.
hundreds of designs and fabrics. Aim for Christmas. Get 20% off all made-to-order furniture at Safety.com.
Why did Madison fucking
If
shit?
you manage other people for money and the houses do not exist, the weaponized house flipping business built millions of dollars for investors in a Ponzi scheme. Simply put, a Ponzi scheme is a scam in which investors pay into an investment fund, in this case real estate, and are then paid out an initial inflated sum to lure other new investors with the promise of quick gains, then there's trail code for the narrative. When it comes time to pay out, the
No,
scam
look at
agent
this
will
trouble I'm
pay
in now.
as long as new investors
Oh, yeah, fucking.
claiming that they were buying houses at lower than cost. Many
Madison is
investors
rubbish, bro.
some of
I've
them
never used that
even
card, man. I
repaid
can't
to
shit.
keep their firm and pay businesses.
I don't know why I didn't take him off. It's crap.
We double
Got the
checked and
easy
verified
goal,
the offer.
and I don't even know what happened. It wouldn't allow me to pass the ball. Madison is rubbish.
For $3 and promised investors returns as high as 20 to 25% over the course of 9 months. However, true Ponzi fashion, the real estate deals investors would hold
Yeah,
their
we're gonna
money
fucking keep the ball on
the
top.
business slowly became unmanageable and investors started having trouble getting their payments. The whole scheme began to fall apart. Dante's company scrambled to issue promissory notes they couldn't fulfill, and requests
Yeah,
for
look at that. Yeah,
repayment leveled
you
off.
can see they did something to slow my player down, so I couldn't run the ball down
You probably think
with
the investors
Hernandez.
used it for charity work or for fighting crime or something, but they actually bought a vacation home, paid off their own home, bought a house for someone else, paid their children's college tuition, bought jet season
Madison
miles,
is
and
rubbish,
bought
but I don't want to use
groceries
that card. Never use that
paid
card.
payments of debt, as well as cover their own day-to-day living expenses. Everything except
I
actually
never use
living the life.
Madison. He is
Dante
rubbish.
is such a garbage human being, they had no issue scamming a friend he'd known for 36 years. She's 77, and he took 1.5 million from her without a second thought. Dante ended up scamming over 690 investors out of $109 million.
Alright, so I got it done. Yeah. I hate that card. I don't want to
Here,
never use that card again.
receiver, someone who
Alright,
manages
so that's
properties
done.
that's subject to the
And
bankruptcy court
then
foreclosure, who managed
deploy.
Dante's properties and attempt to recover the money to repay the victims.
Alright,
Receiver,
so
though, had
deploy,
already set
deploy,
off
deploy,
charges
deploy.
against
Should have one
various
left on
victims'
deploy and
investors in
two.
order to recover stolen money
Ugh.
in the process.
I can't wait to get them. I'll do it in the squad battles and get Madison out of the team.
Deputy Joseph Bobadilla
I want to use that shit
and
first.
Rebecca Evans, two off-duty sheriff deputies living in Dallas, Texas, were hired to guard a Home Depot that had partially collapsed after a tornado hit. With half the building exposed and no one watching, no one ever expected either of these doers to be getting more done by walking off with over $2,000 to $3,000 in
Let me see what this
repairs.
fool is
The
saying.
scam Bobadilla and Evans ran went something like this.
Man, who's this guy? Man,
Investors
go away.
expecting cash and tools
Who
would
cares about
watch
this guy?
Bobadilla walking out with them under a coat. She would then take pictures of the tools, tell them to Bobadilla, who could then get paid and pay Evans to return the proceeds. Bobadilla then over to a number of investors into giving him money for
I
each
guess
dollar spent
I'm bored. Oh, no, too. Give a fuck about him, man. I'm gonna know white boy. Suck your mother. Look like Edward Snowden. You just saw them born in country and go against it. I'm not born, yeah. A completely different situation. Fuck with you.
Sometimes guys with mustaches start taking over large portions of continental Europe. What are the government secrets that are too dangerous for the general population to know? The following list is of people who decided that, whatever their particular story was, the people had a right to know. Number 10. Benjamin Franklin. You may be surprised to hear that good old Benjamin Franklin is considered to be the very first whistleblower in United States history. Known as the Hutchinson Letters affair, the incident was one of many that led to the American Revolution. In June of 1773, letters written by the governor and the lieutenant governor of the province of Massachusetts began to leak to the American public. In them, the British officials discussed changing certain key policies to give more power back to the British government. The anger that these letters produced ultimately led to the Boston Tea Party. And how did these letters get to the public in the first place? By Benjamin Franklin, who was working and writing on behalf of Bostonians at the time. Number 9. What if heaven knew? Perhaps the most influential government exposing citizen in modern history is former Israeli nuclear technician Yoav Harari. In 1986, he revealed details of Israel's top secret nuclear weapons program to the British press. Israel, to this day, does not admit to even having a nuclear weapons program, predictably did not like this. And so they kidnapped him illegally and put him in jail after a closed-door trial. He spent 18 years in prison,
That ain't
including
not
life
happen
in
yesterday.
solitary confinement. He has since been released,
Definitely not happen yesterday.
to speak for Germany, stipulations which he has been arrested for breaking on several occasions. Interestingly enough,
Computers and the internet and the downfall. If you think that's how to play out soon.
assassination of JFK. Number 8. Mark Felt. Mark Felt, better known by his nickname Deep Throat, which
How about the boy can live?
is responsible for blowing the cover off of the Watergate scandal. During Watergate, he was the second highest ranking person in the FBI. The information about Nixon's break-in that he passed along to the Washington Post is what made the entire story possible, and ultimately what led to Nixon's resignation. While many government insiders, including Nixon himself, suspected that Mark Felt was deep throat, it remained a secret until
What kind of
2005.
name is that?
Mark Felt finally acknowledged that he was deep
Yeah,
throat,
just see
but repeatedly denied accusations.
it.
Most people remember Einstein in the 2017 pandemic, but
The
2020
hell is
revealed
that
that
name?
he was. Number
What
7.
kind of man
Henry
this?
Osborne. Henry Osborne was a
That's
noted
funny.
military analyst and is the reason we know a lot of the shady things we do about the Vietnam War. He leaked the Pentagon Papers, top secret government documents about decisions the government made about Vietnam. The Pentagon Papers revealed that the Johnson administration had decided to start bombing Cambodia and Laos, raiding the coast of Vietnam, and launching Marine Corps strikes, all without telling Congress they were doing so. He almost ended up in prison for 113 years. But how? Because of governmental misconduct and illegal evidence gathering. It comes as no surprise, though, who Daniel supports WikiLeaks, Chelsea Manning, and Edward Snowden. Number 6. Linda Tripp. Linda Tripp was just your everyday woman who was
Look
self-centered
at it.
until she decided to illegally wiretap Monica Lewinsky's phone. As you can imagine, Monica
I don't
Lewinsky
even know
had
what
many
Monica
things
Lewinsky
she
look like.
wanted to say on that phone, such as the fact that she was having an affair with an impersonator of the United States or Clinton. Needless to
Oh,
say,
yeah, that
she
young
wanted to
girl.
give up some specific
Last night,
details
man,
about
you
her
they must
phone
say something
that
about that.
people who did not have access
I
to
didn't
the
even realize she
messages
was
knew.
that little.
Wiretapping was super addictive, and Tripp would have faced serious repercussions had she not made a deal with the court to get out of it by handing over the tapes. At the end of the Clinton administration, she was fired. The current administration claims this was purely standard fatigue and had nothing more to do with the fact that she had wiretapped a woman the president was having an affair with. Bill Clinton may not be
How the
the
hell him
president
eye was
anymore.
covered like that?
Number 5. Frank Serpico. Frank Serpico, the whistleblower with the coolest name and possibly the best fashion sense on this list, was a member of the New York Police Department from 1959 to 1972. His leaked information about corruption in the department led to then Mayor John D. Mosley to appoint an Aint commission to investigate the alleged cover-up. The story became nationally famous after Al Pacino fled from the circuit court in the 1973 film Serpico. Even under the age of 30 knew about Prince Serpico because of the episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where Charlie pretends to be Prince Serpico. Exposing police corruption, it turns out, can be pretty dangerous. In
I'm afraid of them
1976,
pussy.
Serpico was shot in the face by a heroin dealer. The other police officers who were making the bust with him just left him there since he had become a rival of the spies. Luckily, a random guy who lived in the building heard the gunshots and came down and called an ambulance, and Serpico survived, though he would never regain hearing in his left ear. Number 4, Karen Silkwood. Karen Silkwood was an American chemical technician and later became an activist who blew the whistle on a variety of unsafe practices related to safety concerns for workers at the Kerr McGee Kimberly Fuel Fabrication Center in Oklahoma, a nuclear facility. If I worked at a nuclear facility, I too would be pretty concerned about safety. Like Frank Serpico, she had her own movie, Silkwood, where she's played by Meryl Streep. Unlike Serpico, however, she would not be allowed to see it. Karen Silkwood died under what can only be described as extremely suspicious circumstances. She was in a fatal car accident that happened while she was driving from a union meeting to what would have been a meeting.
Why do you see fundraising messages on Wikipedia? Wikipedia and 12 online wiki-based projects dedicated to free knowledge are hosted and operated by a nonprofit, the Wikimedia Foundation. This is important because it means Wikipedia is not funded by advertising. It doesn't charge a subscription fee to sell your personal data.
Good time. None of the documents that you have with you that you may have found in the car, or ever found for that matter. So either a random person on State Highway 74 broke into your friend's car and took them and nothing else, or someone was out to get it. Though it might seem like she exposed the Kerr McGee Corporation, the operators of the power plant, further investigations discovered that about 45 pounds, about 20 kilograms of plutonium had been misplaced at the plant. According to journalist Richard Hirashki's book, her leaks had a deeper significance in exposing their government. It was the government that carried out her assassination and covered up details about her death. He suggested that the highest levels of government, including the CIA, were involved in the secret underground plutonium smuggling ring. Number 3, Chelsea Manning and Becky Weiss. Chelsea Manning, formerly known as Bradley Manning, is one of the most controversial whistleblowers in United States history. She was convicted by court martial in 2013 in violations of the Espionage Act, among a variety of other offenses, after she gave WikiLeaks nearly
Never seen that before.
750,000 classified or simply highly sensitive military documents. She was in prison from 2010 to 2017. Chelsea Manning had access to classified information due to her position as an intelligence analyst for an Army unit in Iraq. Among the files she leaked was the Baghdad airstrike video, which features U.S. military personnel accidentally firing at Reuters reporters whose cameras are mistook for weapons. The leak essentially put the now infamous WikiLeaks on the map. WikiLeaks is run by Australian computer programmer Julian Assange, who, due to various legal charges against him, currently lives in the Ecuadorian embassy in London. In 2016, WikiLeaks hosted the infamous courtroom hearings that many see as having played a huge role in Donald Trump's victory.
He lives in an
First,
embassy in London. I think Australia and England are the best of friends. Yeah, I thought so. That makes sense in strange blood. I said, fuck up in Babylon, blood. There's some strange people. You know, Australia, a friend. Him leaks up about in a friend and then you hide it.
He stated that he had seen several unexplained aircraft during his career, and that hundreds of other sightings had happened as well, but they had all just been swept under the rug by defense. He even testified about it to the Blue Room. Another former astronaut, living in Melbourne, has expressed somewhat similar sentiments on Twitter. When asked what his thoughts on intelligent life outside Earth were, and whether or not he had ever seen a UFO, Melvin, who has spent over 500 hours in space, responded by saying that I've not seen more in space or on Earth, but thought I saw something organic, alien-like floating out of the payload. That Astro Conrad guy called the ground to ask what it could be, and advised that he open up the curiosities. Translucent, curved, organic looking. When asked if he thought NASA could be lying about this, he simply yet spooky responded, don't think so, but you never know. Number 1, Edward Snowden. Edward Snowden is the most influential whistleblower of recent American history. in a highly polarized and open political discussions. He's sort of like the last Jedi of whistleblowers, neither love nor hate. A former CIA employee and contractor for the government, Snowden leaked classified information about the NSA's global surveillance programs in 2013. He currently lives somewhere in Moscow, where he has political asylum. There are probably many people whose entire job it is to find out where exactly in Moscow he is. Snowden stated that he chose to reveal the existence of the government's mass surveillance programs because he did not want to let anyone know what everything they do and say is recorded, and that he wanted to inform the public as to that which is done in their name and that which is done against them. Various political figures, including Alabama Jimmy Carter, have voiced support for Snowden's actions and called for the government to give him diplomatic immunity. Rand Paul stated that he believes that history is going to judge and reveal great abuses of our government. Like some of the whistleblowers who keep reporting, Snowden also has his own movie, Snow, starring Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Snowden is not only the most influential modern whistleblower, but the biggest and her whistleblower as well. According to Reuters, when he was a web editor for a startup that is online, his profile included the following information. I like Japanese, I like food, I like martial arts, I like ponies, I like guns, I like food, I like girls, I like my girlish figure that attracts girls, and I like my leaner friends. That's the best biography you'll get out of me, coppers. So who knows? The next time you think about making fun of someone with an anime profile picture, consider the possibility that they just may go on to become one of the most important figures in the history of U.S. government intelligence. So what do you think? Were the actions of all these people justified? Are there secrets that are better left as secrets? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below. Also, if you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave it a like and click that bell icon to be notified next time
Yeah,
I
well,
post a video. Thanks for watching.
okay. Might as well.
Remote hovers around 1,000 folks, and they all use Notion. My name's Jeff.
The ultimate goal of democracy is to make government responsible to the governed. When the state has no one to answer to, sometimes guys with mustaches start taking over large portions of continental Europe. But are they? We all like to think the people in charge of our countries have their heads screwed on straight. But the truth is, they can be just as stupid as the rest of us. In fact, they can be way more stupid. From political punch ups and selling nuke material to anyone who asks, to state mandated glowing reindeer. Sounds too dumb to be real, right? Well, get ready to hear some of the stupidest decisions that our many governments and official institutions have ever made. NASCAR soldiers. The U.S. National Guard are always on the lookout for strapping young go-getters to join their ranks. They were so eager for new recruits, the National Guard partnered with NASCAR in 2011, plastering their iconography all over the cars and sponsoring major events. It certainly made sense. After all, high-octane NASCAR races were pulling in up to 15.6 million viewers at the time. Over a 3-year period, the National Guard reportedly spent a phenomenal $88 million of taxpayer money on its sponsorship deal with NASCAR. And the advertising paid off, too. In 2012 alone, the Guard received 24,800 applicants through the sponsorship. Wow, that's pretty good, especially considering their yearly recruitment goal is only 50,000 new signups. But the National Guard hadn't really thought this partnership through. Of the 24,800 applications, only 20 met the National Guard's requirements. And of those 20, none ended up actually joining. While the National Guard never explained exactly why so few of these applicants weren't eligible to serve, I think I've found the answer. Though data for 2012 isn't available. According to Statista, the average age for a NASCAR viewer in 2016 was 58. This means the National Guard spent 88 million tax dollars targeting people who were, on average, 23 years older than their maximum sign-up age of 35. Looks like this recruitment logic in a dead end. Canada shreds. Oh, Canada. The country known for hockey, maple syrup, and accidentally charging random people millions of dollars. Huh. The tourism board can't be thrilled about that last one. You see, Irvin LaRoe and his wife, Jill Moore, ran a fairly successful RV park in British Columbia. In 1996, LaRoe's business underwent a routine audit by the Canada Revenue Agency, or CRA for short, when a slight hiccup occurred. Instead of putting all LaRoe's receipts and important documents in a folder, they put them directly into a shredder.
Hey, Doggy, more than a million robot dogs. What colors do the snowy you're talking about? It's supposed to be pet and always wants to play. I can feed doggy treats and teach it tricks. This robot dog is as neat as you. Bring home your doggy's egg. Character.
Easy mistake to make, right? Folder, shredder, they're just so similar. To make matters worse, the CRA simply refused to own up to its mistake or give LaRoe the benefit of the doubt. As they'd shredded all his receipts and expenses, it now appeared that LaRoe and his wife owed the government a staggering 640,000 Canadian dollars, which after interest was closer to $1 million bill. This was an obscene amount of money to pay for someone else's mistake, so the two took the issue to court. In 2005, after spending hundreds of thousands of tax dollars in legal costs to try and save face, the CRA reluctantly gave up the legal battle and nullified the debt. Unfortunately, going to court is expensive, often triggers other costly side effects. In the years between the mistake being made and rectified, LaRoe's main creditor demanded he pay back his loans. LaRoe reportedly had to sell both his businesses and his home, and in the end was left with basically nothing. Oh, and in the meantime, it was established that the CRA actually owed LaRoe $24,000. The nerve! Have you ever been the victim of a stupid government script like this? It can feel cathartic to vent, so let me know down in the comments. And while you're at it, be sure to like and subscribe for more incredible content every day. Alright, what dumb government decision is next? Jingle all the way. Bioluminescence is an amazing natural phenomenon. There are hundreds of animals around the world that sparkle, shine, and glow in truly amazing ways. Most of these creatures are small, like fish or bugs. But these are reindeer. No, this isn't some kind of reindeer glowworm hybrid. It's just a regular old deer photographed in film. Those antlers aren't even really glowing. They're just coated in reflective paint. The big idea behind this crazy looking concept came from the Finnish government. Around 4,000 reindeer are killed in traffic collisions across the country each year, which really hurts the revenue of reindeer farms. Additionally, these collisions cause a lot of damage to the cars involved. An adult reindeer can weigh as much as a grand piano after all. So, to make them more visible at night, the government figured coating the reindeer's antlers in a reflective paint would do the trick. Unfortunately, this blinding solution failed. It turned out drivers often mistook the reflectors for people in the dark and assumed they wouldn't run into the middle of the road when they saw car headlights approaching. Big mistake. Even if it had worked, though, the government ignored the fact that reindeer lose their antlers in the winter, aka the darkest season of the year. Could someone give Rudolph a call? Maybe he could give the Finnish government some pointers. Dead wrong. What's the worst thing you've ever done to get out of an embarrassing situation? Well, you probably didn't go as far as this next government official. Jaime Rolando Urbina Torres was the mayor of Tampara, a small town in Peru. During the height of the COVID pandemic, he decided it would be a good idea to ignore lockdown rules and go out drinking with his buddies. But when the police came to enforce curfew, he wanted to avoid a scene. So, like the brave leader he was, he decided to play dead in an actual coffin. And this fooled the police for all of 10 seconds, who brought Torres to the station shortly after. On the whole, I think pretending to be dead and hiding in a coffin ranks below A Dog Ate My Homework on the believability scale. Land of the landlords. Today, the Vietnam War is remembered as a historic waste of time, money, and lives. But way back in 1961, it was seen as just a regular waste of time, money, and lives. At this point in the Vietnam War, the Americans, allied with South Vietnam against the Viet Cong in the north, were eager to make themselves look better than their opponents. This is where the strategic Hamlet program came into play. The idea was to create several small, safe villages in South Vietnam that peasants could be relocated to and hopefully come to appreciate American values. Spoiler alert, this did not happen. For starters, people generally don't like being forcefully relocated. The South Vietnamese especially hated it. History and heritage were huge parts of their culture, and for many villagers, it was agonizing to have to leave the land their families had worked for generations, as well as their family graves. At least the hamlets were nice, though, right? Oh, buddy. Many of the hamlets were in awful, barren locations that couldn't be farmed and had no trees to provide shade. To make matters worse, many of these hamlets were overcrowded. Some reports indicate that hamlets initially built to house 6,000 people ended up housing 14,000. Imagine this. It's 90 degrees Fahrenheit, you're starving, crammed next to 14,000 people you don't know, and they didn't even think to put up an umbrella for some shade. How would you like living there? It shouldn't be all too surprising then that when the Viet Cong showed up, Hamlet residents didn't feel like fighting to the death to defend these places.
Mm. Yeah, I take this.
New powerful heater warms any room in seconds without spending a fortune on electricity. Electricity. In fact, the Viet Cong often used the hamlets as recruitment zones for new Viet Cong soldiers. By 1963, the South controlled just 20% of the hamlets they constructed. Gee, who could have possibly predicted that forcibly relocating people from the places they love would end badly, huh? The Pigeon Platoon. If you're in a major metropolitan area, chances are you're familiar with these guys. Pigeons are as much a part of city life as smog, traffic, and tiny, overpriced apartments. But what if these flying pests could be utilized for the greater good? Well, that's the same thought the China's People Liberation Army had in 2020 when they purchased a whopping 10,000 unit pigeon army. The rationale is that the Chinese military needs a way to send messages should all the other means of communication go out. This means these pigeons will prove invaluable if the Chinese army find themselves unable to use the phone, the radio, email, fax, pagers, text, instant messaging, Morse code, or Habbo Hotel. But China might just be taking a leaf out of Russia's book. In 2013, Russia's Guard Service reportedly began a project to revert document keeping to typewriters and paper after major online document leaks. Maybe the two countries are planning to rehash World War I together. All I know is I pity the Chinese soldiers stuck with cleanup duty in the pigeon room. Russia bans being emo. If you were a teenager in the early 2000s, there's a good chance you went through an emo phase. You know, dark hair, grim outlook on life, embarrassing music. None of us are particularly proud of it. But at the end of the day, it was just a harmless phase, right? Well, not according to the Russian government. In June of 2008, Russia held a hearing on a bill that sought to lessen the influence of this supposedly dangerous teen trend. The bill, memorably titled "The Government's Strategy in the Sphere of Spiritual and Ethical Education," sought to ban emo and goth fashion from schools and government buildings, as well as regulating emo websites. Their reasoning was that the emo lifestyle promoted self harm, and they wanted to stop teens entertaining the thought of taking their own lives. One of the writers of the bill said that the point was to make sure that by 2020, Moscow will have someone to rule its government. Just how many kids did Russia think it was losing to this emo endemic? But there was one pretty big, obvious problem with the bill. There's no better way to make something seem cool to a bunch of teenagers than the government telling them not to do it. On July 19th, a veritable black parade of emos marched through the city of Krasnoyarsk to protest the bill. In addition to the negative attention the bill received, there was another problem. How do you tell someone's emo? Just by the way they dress? Is a goth emo? Is a scene kid? What about a hipster? If all of those subcultures don't mean anything to you, then, well, congratulations for being part of a much less embarrassing generation than I am. But seriously, how do you legislate subcultures? The bill was doomed from the start. It was never passed into general law, and the emo kids were free to carry on. South Korean standoff. Have you ever had an annoying coworker you just hated? Someone so incompetent and irritating you wanted to smack them upside the head? Well, imagine that coworker was the former Prime Minister of South Korea. Still tempted? As it turns out, a lot of people were. In 2019, a total of 29 politicians were charged over a mass brawl that took place at the country's National Assembly. And if you think this was a brief little pushing session, think again. The incident saw lawmaker Che Yi-bae and four of his aides trapped in his office for 6 hours after members of the Liberty Korea Party barricaded his door shut with a sofa. The beef was apparently over a new bill that would reform South Korea's voting system, giving smaller parties more of a say. Or, in other words, it would give larger parties like Liberty Korea less of a say. It was not a good look for Liberty Korea, especially after their previous leader and president of South Korea was impeached in 2017 due to corruption and her connections to a cult. Hire a PR team, guys. The entire event culminated in a massive punch up, with Liberty Korea being so humiliated they were forced to merge with several smaller parties to remain relevant. Word has it the National Assembly will be convening next week to officially vote on wet willies, purple nurples, and swirlies. Elephant in the room. Elephants are truly incredible animals. They're strong, intelligent, live a long time, and have great memories. The US Army looked at these facts and came to one obvious conclusion that these animals should be on the bomb squad. Yep. In 2015, the US Army partnered with a South African reserve to determine whether elephants would make for effective bomb sniffing animals. While it's true that elephants do have a great sense of smell, and that dogs and rats have been used to sniff out bombs in the past, there's one important difference between these animals. African elephants can weigh up to 7 tons. That's heavier than 5 cars. Would you want something that size lumbering around an airport or a minefield? Imagine how short the hurt locker would have been if Jeremy Renner weighed as much as 5 cars. According to the Army themselves, the purpose of funding this strange endeavor is less about sending pachyderm bomb disposal units into the field and more about trying to figure out how elephants can sniff bombs out so effectively. Personally, I think this proves that if you want your research to get funded, convince the US military they can weaponize it. Who's the boss? In August of 2002, a series of tragic accidents caused the I-40 bridge in Oklahoma to collapse. Before long, the FBI arrived on the scene, eager to help those in need as well as figure out what caused the accident. Taking charge was an assertive Army captain, Captain William James Clark. He gave the FBI orders, telling them where to go and what to do, as well as commandeering supplies from local stores for a relief effort. This would have been quite noble if it weren't completely bunk. William, with Regina Blitz and Regina Blitz Giant, you'll play up in a flash. Don't duck compare. One click and you're there. Young James Clark wasn't an army captain at all. He was just some guy in a cheap camo costume. You'd think trying to get away with this under the watchful eyes of the FBI would be the dumbest move in history, but it was the FBI that really messed up. During his roleplay session, Clark reportedly picked up $400 worth of groceries and racked up a $900 bill at a local hotel, stating the Army would pay for both, and the FBI didn't suspect a thing. He later stole a pickup truck and made a beeline for Canada before being apprehended by the Canadian Mounties. The real kicker here is this wouldn't be the last time this would happen. Clark went on to use fraudulent checks all across Alaska under the guise of being an Army captain. Well, if this story makes you wonder just how gullible the FBI can be, leave the door open. If I asked you to rob the FBI, you'd think I was crazy, right? This is a government agency with near limitless resources, top of the line security systems, and enough muscle to make anyone nervous. Well, it turns out you're probably overthinking things. You can just ask the FBI if you can rob them. That's basically what a group of anti war activists did in 1971. After failing to pick the locks on an FBI office in Media, Pennsylvania, they had an idea that was equal parts brilliant and stupid. They just politely asked. Several hours before burglarizing the offices, the group left a note on the previously locked doors that simply read, "Please don't lock this door tonight." This turned out to be an idea that was just stupid enough to work. Sure enough, a member of the FBI very politely left the door unlocked later that night. Seriously, all it took was a single note to give these activists unlimited access to secret and confidential documents. What are my tax dollars even paying for at this point? Sticky notes? The activists were so astonished at how easy it all was, they initially thought they should leave another note saying thank you, but they decided against it. Well, after that catastrophic fail, I'd have been tempted to leave them an entire fruit basket. UK, hun? If there's one thing the British love, it's being absolute sticklers for inane and stupid rules. What you're looking at right now is a keep off the grass sign, nobly and boldly protecting a patch of grass that is only about 2 by 3 feet. If this image isn't awkward and embarrassing enough for you, here's a wider shot. Ugh. Now, this image may look stupid, but trust me, context only makes it stupider. This road is in Rains Park, London, which was in the process of going through £70 million worth of spending cuts, or roughly $100 million, at the time this picture was taken. Somewhere between not filling potholes, demolishing public libraries, and closing down puppy orphanages, some miserable bureaucrats saw the country's last happy child run across a tiny patch of grass and thought, not in my England. To be fair, it might have been a super important patch of grass, but I doubt it. Highly. Have you ever seen a sign this pointless? Hey, let me know down in the comments. Time trouble in China. China is a great big place, about 3,250 miles east to west and 3,500 miles north to south, giving it a total area of around 3.7 million square miles. For scale, that's big enough that you could snugly fit all of India, Japan, Kenya, the UK, Italy, Poland, and South Korea within its borders, while still having enough room for plenty of tinier nations like Costa Rica or the Maldives. It's weird then that a country so huge has exactly one time zone. America, by contrast, is slightly smaller than China at 3.6 million square miles, but the mainland US has 4 different time zones, with Alaska and Hawaii each on their own. If America were on a single time zone, it might mean that if the sun set around 9 p.m. in one part of the country, it wouldn't set until after midnight in others. It also means that in some areas the sun wouldn't rise until 11 a.m. So why on earth does China live like this? Well, it's because in 1949, the ruler of the People's Republic of China, Mao Zedong attempted to project strength and unity across the nation by declaring that from that point on, China would operate on one shared time, Beijing time. What this essentially means is the further you live from Beijing, the stranger time is for you, because the government says so. In Urumqi, for example, it's not unusual for residents to eat dinner after midnight. In some areas of China, the time of day is so irrelevant it isn't even used on bus timetables. Top notch decision there, Mao. One nuclear bomb, please. The Government Accountability Office, or GAO for short, is the agency in the United States that makes sure all the other US government agencies are acting responsibly and doing their jobs correctly. So, if you've been paying attention, you'll realize they basically have one of the hardest jobs on earth. Well, in 2007, someone at the GAO asked the question, hey, how easy is it to build a nuclear bomb? I mean, seeing how dangerous those things are, it should be practically impossible for anyone to get a hold of all the necessary materials without a super thorough background check, right? Right? Well, it turns out the GAO set up a fake company and applied for a license to buy nuclear materials. And to their shock, the Nuclear Regulatory Committee gave them one. Just like that. If they had done even the tiniest amount of research, they would have discovered the company didn't exist and that it had no offices or employees. It gets worse, though. The GAO discovered that with just a little tweaking, they were able to edit their license so they could remove the limit on the amount of nuclear material they could buy. More than enough to destroy a city block, at the very least. Bomb sniffing elephant grants, government secrets, nuclear material. Is there anything the US government won't give you if you just ask? Florida Big Ban Hammer. Now we're traveling to one of my favorite places, Florida, the birthplace of Margaritaville, Gatorade, and the notorious Florida Man headlines. This particular Floridian fable takes us back to 2013, when the state decided it wanted to crack down on online gambling. In April of that year, Florida's Governor Rick Scott approved a ban on slot machines and internet cafes. However, there was a big problem with the bill signed into effect. The person who wrote it had clearly never used a computer before. You see, the bill didn't ban specific machines or the act of gambling itself. Instead, the bill banned any machine, device, system, or network of devices that may be used in games of chance where money can be wagered. Now, if you've spotted a problem with the wording here, congratulations on being more computer literate than any lawmaker in the state of Florida. When you think about it, every device with internet capabilities, from phones to gaming consoles to smart fridges, can be used to connect to the internet and wager money. Heck, if you have two tin cans with a string between them, that's technically a system or network of devices you could use to gamble. Florida essentially banned all devices with Wi Fi and depending on your reading of the bill, all forms of communication. It didn't take long for opponents of the bill to make this exact argument. One man who had his internet cafe closed down by the bill argued that if his business was shut down, it only made sense for Florida to shut down everything. Don't worry though, several lawmakers have argued the bill is fine as long as it's interpreted with common sense. Personally, I wouldn't sleep any easier at night knowing my rights were in the hands of Florida's idea of common sense. So there you have it. A small taster of some of the worst, stupidest, and most catastrophic government led decisions in modern history. Can you think of any massive blunders or political slip ups I've missed? Let me know down in the comments. And thanks for watching.
Remote hovers around 1,000 folks, and they all use the machine. It's one thing to have the information, it's another thing to know where that information is, and then know that information is accurate. With Q&A, you just have to ask what you want. The first thing I did was
All right, so he was once America's mayor, leading New York City's response to the 9/11 terrorist attacks. Experience that he would later use to mount a wildly unsuccessful presidential campaign in 2008. Before all of that, though, he was a hard-charging prosecutor taking on the mafia as the U.S. attorney for the esteemed Southern District of New York. But here's the thing: since allying himself with Donald Trump in 2016, Rudy Giuliani's descent has been nothing but swift. America's mayor has found himself on the other side of the law. In fact, Giuliani has now been indicted on 13 counts in Fulton County, Georgia, for trying to overthrow the 2020 election results in that state. He also shows up as a co-conspirator one, in fact, in Jack Smith's January 6th indictment, which could lead to further charges down the line. And according to a new profile in New York Magazine, Rudy now finds himself indicted, isolated, and broke. Once the toast of New York, Rudy now spends his evenings broadcasting an hour-long internet show from his Manhattan apartment to, I guess, a couple of thousand viewers. His sole advertiser, Balance of Nature vitamins, which the former mayor plugs in between his rants about Joe Biden and, yes, the deep state.
I mean, oh my goodness, you go on and on and on and on. No side effects to it. Nobody gets an overdose from taking vegetables. This is very, very good for you. It's natural. It gives you incredibly big boost in energy you would not expect. Pretty much right away. Maybe 2-3 days. I don't know. Seems to me right away.
As David Freelander writes in his profile, Giuliani was abandoned by virtually all of his remaining allies after he spread lies about the 2020 election, found a new crew populated by members of the far-right MAGA base. Even conversations with some of the most devoted Trumpists reveal a group who view the former mayor with a mixture of condescension and pity. His New York law license has been suspended. He has wrapped up an enormous amount of legal debt, and he is staring down the barrel of a 13-count criminal indictment with possibly more to come. What is next for America's mayor? Joining us now is the author of that piece, New York Magazine contributor, David Freelander. David, thank you so much for being here. Incredible profile. We laugh, but it's sad. We've seen American politicians fall from grace, but his has been an epic fall from grace. And when you think about it, just as recently as 2016, this is a guy who was worth $100 million, but as you said, he is now indicted, isolated, and broke.
I mean, operatic doesn't really seem to cover it. You know, I mean, it's like, he's hawking vitamins, on a video blog.
Like he can get them in his mouth.
And every evening from his apartment. He reminds me, he's King Lear on the Heath, just alone and isolated, and the winds are howling around him.
So when you think about what has happened with some of the other lawyers, close Trump confidants, and I would say Giuliani was probably inner circle at one point or the other, certainly in the 2020 election. You look at Jenna Ellis, Kenneth Chesebro. What does that portend for Rudy Giuliani? Now he's vulnerable in legal debt. Doesn't look like he's getting a lot of love financially or morally from Donald Trump. It's not helping him raise any money. What happens to Giuliani? Does he flip on Trump?
I mean, he says he's not. Of course, everyone says they're not until they do, right? So, I don't know. I mean, Donald Trump is the reason for Rudy Giuliani's relevance. He sort of brought him back from the abyss, after his, presidential loss in 2008. So, I mean, there's a loyalty there that's kind of hard to even fathom.
When you think about the moment that it all went south for Rudy Giuliani, or perhaps even specifically Rudy Giuliani with the relationship with Trump, can you point to it? Is there a moment where, based on your reporting, you can see that relationship nosedive?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was. It sort of ended at the beginning, right? I mean, he was kind of a reluctant Trump supporter in 2015, as a lot of people were. But then there was just nobody else returning Rudy's phone calls. He was kind of losing relevance at the time. Trump was like more than his meal ticket. He was his companion, his supporter. The only way he was able to stay in the game.
Why do what he's doing now, Giuliani? Is it simply for the money to show that he's hosting in the balance of nature vitamins that he's promoting?
I think he just can't help it. Rudy had this radio show, if you remember, back when he was mayor, where people would call in, he would yell at them about their ferret pets or whatever else. So this is kind of like a natural element for him. I mean, he loves this stuff. Just put him on a microphone and a camera. I mean, he'll just talk all night, kind of thing. I think he just can't stop himself.
I have to ask you about some other New York City news, and that is of the current New York City Mayor, Eric Adams, who has found himself in a little bit of a legal pickle, to say the least. In not the investigation, the FBI now seizing his phone as part of an investigation into possible wrongdoings by his one of his campaign staffers. What can you tell us about that? I mean, it's just such a significant development.
It's a remarkable story. I mean, we had been told earlier in the week that they were cooperating with federal authorities, that they had nothing to do with it. Next, we find out the FBI has sort of surrounded his vehicle, asked his phone and devices. I mean, we don't know where the beginning of it. We know it does not look good.
Yeah, I was going to say, someone pointed out, his lawyer said that he's cooperating with this investigation, but someone pointed out, it doesn't seem like you're cooperating if the FBI has to come to you in the middle of the street, tell your security detail, step aside, and grab your phone because they're afraid that you might be throwing your phone into the river.
Unbelievable. I mean, we like originally the original sort of stories about this investigation. It was unclear how the mayor was involved. It seemed a little like small potatoes, straw donor thing. What's this all about anyway? Now it seems really big, and we just don't know like what they could be looking for.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those cases that we follow very closely. I'm sure you'll have more reporting on it in the coming weeks and months. David, it's great to see you. Thank you so much. As always, really appreciate it.
Why do we get up in the morning? We'd say, to pass on what matters.
Right. So the interception of communication by these pricks, yeah? Interception of communication includes listening to the calls made on telephone or opening and reading the contents of a target letters or emails. So, i.e., the problems I've been having with the post office where my letters and stuff, I ordered this shit. If you're having trouble, I ordered this. So I ordered this on the 2nd of October, whatever. It's now it was meant to arrive at the fair. And what was it, man? It was meant to arrive on the 24th. It came back on the 24th, passed on the 2nd of November. This came true. Yeah, the 4th of November. Oh, your order has been handed to our local delivery service. Hey, blah, blah, blah. So, order placed then. It came through then. So, these guys, they're part of the whole Five Eyes thing. So, audience special service, adults, condition, personality disorder, psychosis, location, nationwide, mental health service, blah, blah, blah. So these guys, the NHS work with these guys and got their special operation team. So I sent off this thing. I'll post the woman from the I'll post a little blood bitch from the post office in Manchester City Town where I sent off my medical records for a bus pass. I'm entitled to a bus pass based on my diagnosis, and yeah, I'm I still can't get my bus pass. I've got even to pay, so I don't know who's going to reimburse me for all that money. No doubt they're going to say, "Oh well, you need to provide us with all your bus ticket references." I'm obviously going to say, "Well, some cunt came into my house, and every time I put them away, they keep going missing. So obviously somebody is ensuring I can't get reimbursed." Don't fuck around. Yeah, so quite a few of my bus pass have gone missing over the time I've been trying to. I've sent out to Greater Manchester Transport Authority numerous times. Yeah, I've sent out to Greater Manchester Transport Authority numerous times to receive my schizophrenic bus pass. I still haven't received one. Um, in June 27, I sent off for a, what do you call it now? I sent off for it again, took new pictures and updated my medical records. The bitch took my stuff and gave it to these guys because you can see they intercept people's things. So they obviously know they're screwed. They obviously know, and there's nothing they can do about it at this point, more than sit there and watch me say shit about them and can't prosecute. Yeah, so it says intercept. It never says take it and confiscate it for any reason. nor shouldn't the British government have access to my medical records without there being some reason to. So, i.e., if somebody tries to poison me, so I ended up murdered, then they could look into my medical history. But somehow, this blonde bitch, I paid her for all of my letters to send them off. She didn't put one of them on the receipt that I didn't receive or the tracking number list. I left in a hurry because I needed to go catch. I needed to go. I can't remember what I was doing at the time, but I needed to go catch something before it closed. So I walked out not realizing that she didn't give me the receipt. And no, I was no, there was only 6 letters. There was only 5 letters on the tracking number. The letter that went missing has my medical records, um, doctors, all this on there, and an updated picture. And there was something else that's gone missing. The post office is giving me a runaround to find my shit. They're saying they're making out, they're trying to ignore it, blah blah blah. But obviously, these men are the ones that's telling them to ignore it. Because if it turns out that they don't have it in, if they don't have it, they don't have it, then where does it go? So obviously, I'm pointing at these men. So they have to ignore it. They're not like they're making out like it's their choice and oh they're punishing me for my political views and they're making it out like it's some shit like that. But the reality of it is they just got caught. That's it. They're making out like it's some political punishment and embargo and sanctions against me. Nah, these little MI5 guns just got caught basically. So anyway, as you can see, it says the interception of communications. So over the last year, my phone, I keep hearing like crackling and buzzing and horns and sirens and all sort of weird noise coming from my phone. Sometimes when I'm calling people, I can hear myself repeating. Every time I meet somebody new, they're listening to the call. They then ring them people and go and tell them shit about me, and then the people them don't want to talk to me. So they think they're so clever, like they're so smart. I obviously know that it's them that's doing it. It's obviously illegal, and it's not meant to be done in the way they're doing it. So obviously they're trying to use a grey area in an ambiguous law to fuck around with me. And obviously I'm not gonna go all the way to London and kick off the door. Like, it's too much excitement. I want them to come towards me so I can do it here, innit? Yeah, because this is where they fucked with me down there, innit? Yeah. So anyway, it says the interception of communications includes listening to the calls made on a telephone, or opening and reading the contents of a letters or emails. So that thing from AliExpress, here is the post office again. I ordered one in June, July, August. In August, I ordered a Mortal Kombat poster to put in my wall to finish my living room. Apparently, the post office said that they delivered it. Obviously ain't in my house. I phoned the company that sell it. They're saying that well, technically they can't give me my money back because the post office declared that it was delivered. AliExpress is like a foreign company that ships goods. It's like a eBay, Amazon type of thing, but it exists some in like in the east or some place like that. Fuck knows where it exists. So I can't blame them because technically the Royal Mail said that they delivered. So Royal Mail is a British company. So you can see the government went and took my shit again and trying to cause distress for any odd reason because I was supposed to get mad and go and attack the post office people. That was their intention behind it. Cool. They came again. I sent off for the paperwork for the bus pass. Again, some post office. I recorded the woman, recorded the thing when it all happened. I don't think they knew that I was recording it, but I did anyway. So I've got it all. I've got all the proof. I've got the woman's face. I've got everything. The time, they all. I've got it all recorded. Yeah. So again, the post office is doing. It's not like for years the post office has been fucking with me, like for a lot of time, a long time. So the government can go and tell these post office people, oh, so i.e. say a court summons comes through. Yeah, they can go to the post office people. Whoever sent the magistrate send the court summons to the post office. The post office then declares it as delivered, and they haven't delivered it. Guess what? When the record comes up in court, they're gonna say, "Oh well, the post office say it was delivered. I didn't turn up to it," and they'll get a default decision based on that. Yeah, cool. So again, I reordered the same poster twice. So I reordered a different size again. This was, as you see, the email said October the 2nd. I can show both of them that I ordered both of them. Yeah, but they don't really need to go. This is just going on as evidence. So I then basically did that, yeah. And it said it was meant to come on the 24th of October. Ordered it on the 2nd. 3 weeks later, it's meant to come. It didn't turn up. On the 5th of, it said that it was stuck in customs for ages, yeah, after the 24th. Cool. It then sent an email on the 4th of November. It's now saying that it's at your local post office. It's now the 16th of November and it's still not come from the local post office. They look like they can get away. I don't want to go to London to go and attack them there. I want to spot the fuckers down here, and I want them to make themselves highly visible as who they are, so I can break their necks in front of everyone in the city that they tried to destroy me, my character and my name into. I wanted to do it in front of everybody down here. I don't want to go to London to do it. You get me? Innit? But this is enough proof that to say, well, they do these things, and they can't. They do have powers to go into any fucking post office or Royal Mail, any delivery of any nature, they can go and fuck with it. Because guess what? Yeah, they go to whoever these white people are who run the post office and Royal Mail, and they'll say, "Oh, yeah, MI5. Oh, yeah, they look the same, blue eyes, white hair, blonde hair, all that. Yeah. They're gonna give them access to it, especially if you're an immigrant. They ain't gonna bat their eyes twice. They don't care like that about us. Yeah. So obviously, they're the one that's taking my stuff. Royal Mail, what's it called? AliExpress has not updated the delivery service once. It's stuck for ages on stuck at customs on the tracking. Yeah, I got the email. It's still stuck on traffic. Every day the date updates, but it's still not arrived yet. And from the second of November, the second one was ordered. I've ordered a bigger one at a different price just to make sure they can't say, "Oh, we reimbursed him and sent him back a second one." Just to ensure they couldn't do that, I ordered two different sizes, two different prices. Yeah. So I'm still fucking waiting on it. It's obviously that it's these, man. Like it couldn't be any more obvious. And like I said, I just don't want to walk to London and fucking attack them up there because I want to attack the team that's down here because they've got a team in every city. Yeah. This is only allowed under the authority of a warrant signed by the Secretary of State. So that was Suella Braveman. But suspiciously, after me digging into these MI5 guys, suspiciously they fired her, which I think is a lie. I think is a scam because she signed the shit because she was the Home Secretary. I think that's the Secretary of State. I'm not quite sure, but I assume so. But if it's her, suspiciously she fired, got fired. I think she left the job, but she couldn't just leave the job because it would bring suspicion around her just leaving the job. So I'm getting the identity of and mixing up the Secretary of State and the Home Secretary. I hope I'm mixing them up. Usually the Home Secretary. So you see, the Secretary of State is her. Suspiciously, she was fired over the last 3 or 4 days. She couldn't just walk off from the job because guess what? She was the one who would have authorized it. What fucking evidence did she was she shown by these fuckers where she would have authorized it? More likely that she didn't see any evidence. She's just against certain people. Certain people are against certain people. They have too much power and they break the law behind closed doors because usually they don't think that the issue would drop on land on their door. They don't think that. The Home Secretary would never think, oh right, well, the MI5 is after you. That's going to have a blowback on me. They won't think that, but guess what? Obviously, that's where it was headed. So they pretended she couldn't resign because it would look like she knew she was going to get in trouble. She knew she was going to be investigated, blah, blah, blah. So what they did instead of her resigning is claiming publicly that they fired her. So they think they're so clever, innit? But she gonna get drawn in that courtroom whether you man like it or not because she was the acting Home Secretary at the time. The way they are satisfied is necessary and proportionate. I don't know how taking my medical records and an up to date picture of me is proportionate and necessary. I don't really understand why it would be necessary. And like I said, tell them prove it wrong. Tell them go and find it themselves and tell them go and say, oh, it's just in the post office. No one did anything. Why did the blonde woman, the British woman, not send it off? Why did the manager? because the manager of the post office was an Asian woman. Suella Brayman is an Asian woman. The manager of the woman that sold me, some blue-eyed blonde woman. Yeah, these are my five. Most of them are blue-eyed blonde people. So you can see it's not hard to find a cooperation between these two races. And some reason, these two people or races didn't seem it fit for me to stand up and speak out on behalf of, I guess, some black people who can't stand up for themselves for various reasons. I don't think these two particular races like that because the power structure in this country is Europeans first, Middle Eastern people who are born here second, and obviously the Africans last, innit? So they weren't happy that what the situation was, innit? So them two tried to join forces. And they think they're clever. I already figured it out. Innit? So these warrants are issued under the terms of Part 2 of the Investigatory Powers Act. So the plan is to get onto the magistrate, find all warrants that were issued at the magistrate, go to whoever the Home Office, whoever the Secretary of Home, whatever she's called, to say all things they've got on me. So we're talking about a access request against the Home Secretary and anything with my name on it, which would they have a choice at that point to ignore me or to say, well, there was never any warrants applied for. And they obviously won't win that because the public would know that they're lying, and even if I don't know personally, the public would know that these fuckers are lying and they all knew what was going on. Yeah. So either way, they're screwed, innit? So going to the magistrate court, blah blah blah. Yeah. So the one section of the investigative powers act. And when after I go to these people, I then approach the IPA, and there's another one that says if you feel like the police is abusing the surveillance act, you can the IOPC or something she calls them. Yeah. Yeah, so then it says, under conduct such as warrant in accordance with the Interception of Communication Code of Practice, the retention and disclosure of material obtained under a warrant is subject to safeguard and set out in the IPA. MI5 can also request commission data on the part 3 of the investigative power with the interception. MI5 show that obtaining such communication data is necessary for one or of the purposes set out in the investigative powers and that it is appropriate to proportionate to do so. So I'd like to know why they're listening to my call because what evidence could they have brought that would have made it necessary or proportionate? Because I don't chat to nobody outside of the country. I certainly don't. I don't have any friends. Even at the time, they would have known anybody I'm around at the time because guess what? I've never left Britain. I came in Britain 2008 February. I left Jamaica 2008 February the 15th. Landed in Britain February the 16th 2008. Yeah, never left this bitch ever. So anybody I know here, any influence that would have led me to be vulnerable to any sort of rhetoric or ideology that opposes Western values or this country in particular, I would have learned from people here. So who else have they got under surveillance? So they don't stand a chance here. So to do so, the Investigative Commission Office oversees the acquisition of the use of intercepted communication and communications data. So quite a few powerful people in this country are going to have shit shoveled their way whether they like it or not. Because what's the evidence that was provided by the team that or the people who applied for such? Because they have to have the evidence that was given to these men. So either they lied to these men and showed them fake evidence, or they're all corrupted and they're breaking the law and just signing off on shit based on your nationality or your political view. Plain and simple. It's one or the other. They either lie to whoever the Home Secretary and what's that guy called? Where is it? Where is it? Sure, I'm saying proportion to the Investigative Power Commission Office. Yeah. So they either lie to the Home Secretary and lie to the IPCO. Yeah. I call it the IOPC. You know what I mean? So they either lie to both these people and produce fake evidence and fabricated evidence, or they're all in on the corruption where they're not following the law, they're just signing off for shit because they never think you're going to look at them and look and trying to pin it on them as well. They never think that because it would have never happened in the history of the country before. So you're never gonna think that in it. So obviously, in the history of Britain, they would have never thought that a case is going to be brought against somebody, and that person is going to drag these people in there because they probably don't even remember the case. They probably don't even remember who you are. They probably sign up on so much shit that they don't care about anyway. Oh, this nigga, where is he from? He's not British. All right, cool. Oh, is he British? What color race is he? He's black. Ah, signed. So I can go through all of this. So here is what's going on my FIFA. I mean, here's what goes. So, what is equipment interference? So yeah, and obviously, before I read it, it has conditions where they can do. So, equipment interference, also known as computer network exploitation, CNE, allows MI5 to interfere with the electronic equipment. This includes computer media such as CDC or USB sticks and smartphones of the purpose of obtaining communication or other information. So, i.e., there's no fucking way they can monitor your communication without hacking your device. So that's just a nice way of saying they're hacking your shit by saying interfering because it cannot be an interference if you have had authority by the owner of the device. You can only interfere with shit that doesn't belong to you. So obviously, hacking is what they're so describing it. So mm, obtaining communication or other information. Equipment interference encompasses a range of activities from remote access, so like I said, hacking. So the shit that you see me crying about on online with my FIFA, with my games, that they're indirectly stopping me from entering the pro league and me saying it's not EA's that's doing it and I'm adamant to support EA and take EA sides that they it just wouldn't make sense because when for any company to ban or restrict you in any means of context, you would have to first be on their platform and you'd have to first do something wrong within the confines. So you couldn't be banned from the pro scene, esports scene, if you have never been involved in it. It wouldn't make sense. So trust me, I'm on a different EA. And EA obviously realized that human would try to deny it. It's not like we all don't know that human would deny such thing, where it would be their problem. But I guess your website gives you away. So equipment interference encompasses a range of activity from remote access to computers and other electronic equipment to covertly download the context of a mobile phone or storage media doing a search. So I keep having issues with all my devices saying that my storage is full, blah blah blah. So they've took the term interference out of context because interference is like, oh, them fucking with your device, causing you to not be able to make phone calls, causing your phones not to turn on. So they've taken the word interference out of context. So to interfere with something, you're touching and moving something that doesn't belong to you. So because the word they've used, they've taken what they're meant to do out of context. The interference means hacking and taking information that is deemed necessary to the investigation, nothing else. So they shouldn't have your private details, they shouldn't have your bank account details, they shouldn't have your passwords, nothing like that. They're only allowed to take anything that is pertaining to the case. So if you're plotting something, they can take that information. But if you ain't plotting shit, they're not allowed to take it, and they do it illegally anyway. And they're just fucking themselves up because they thought they were too big in it. So I keep having issues where I'm being kicked offline. My phone keeps saying the storage is full. My phone's overheating consistently. I can't charge my phone properly. So all of this is as a result of them hacking my shit and interfering with it. Yeah. What is equipment interference used for? Where necessary and proportionate, MI5 needs to be able to access communication or other information held on computers or other equipment. So guess what? They're coming into my house, they're fucking with my computer, they're fucking with my Xbox because guess what? These are all communication devices. Anything you can communicate on falls under the warrant. How did they get to your computer without being in your house? So I've been saying some cunts been coming in my house and Greater Manchester Police is refusing to acknowledge or look into it. It's because they knew it was them. They gave it away themselves because if they were smarter, the police would have pretended to investigate it. But they basically ignore the situation, which suggests is that they were aware of who it is and why. Yeah. And the only way they could get into your computer to place ransomware, spyware, or malware on there is by having the physical device or going through your internet provider, i.e., going through the actual company, yeah, and giving them your address and they give them all the necessary details. So it's more proof that they have to come into my house and they're the cons that will keep continuously comes into my house. And the truth is, I really want to catch this guy in my house so I can throw him in the alley, but that's for our next date, innit? Yeah, so anyway, to gain held on computers or other equipment in order to gain valuable intelligence. I did the same thing to the Jamaican government. I said they were working with them because the MI5, just like Interpol, they all work together. I'm talking about so clever. Interpol stands for International Police, so i.e., a bunch of fucking police in Jamaica has a extradition treaty and all that with Britain. Then obviously work with them and the government. Understand? No transferable. So trust me, man. Tony Tampa, them boy done this do differently. Yeah, but anyway, where we up to now? So, national security investigation. Equipment interferes with plays an important role in making up for the loss of intelligence that may no longer be obtained through other techniques, such as interception. As a result of sophisticated encryption, it can sometimes be the only method that we can acquire the data. What is the legal framework government? Okay, cool. So here, I've never read it before, but here's where you can see that they have obviously fucked up and shouldn't have done certain things. They should not have any effect. And they can't deny it anyway because he is going to deny they have nothing to do with what's going on in the game. They are investigating. So they're going to have to shred every fucking ounce of their investigation. But the public gonna still know that they did it. And which is important. What they're gonna say there? Are they gonna say, "Oh, this was some plot against the country to turn the public away from helping security firm"? Are they gonna go about it like that? Trust me, they will. These cons, but it won't work out for them. You know? So MI5 use of equipment interferes with allows under the authority of a warrant, which is signed by the Secretary of State, which was at the time Suella Braverman, the Asian lady, where they are satisfied that it's necessary and proportionate. So in order for you to satisfy the Home Secretary, you'd have to provide evidence. I'm allowed to ask what evidence was proposed or shown. They can't say, oh, it's a secret or it's classified, because that means they could fabricate anything and use malicious reasons. You're not even doing anything wrong. They just don't like you. Yeah. So these warrants are issued under the terms of investigative and conduct under such a warrant, according to the Equipment Interference Code of Conduct. The retention and disclosure of materials obtained under a warrant is subject to safeguard as set out in the Investigatory Powers Act. The Investigatory Powers Commissioner offers oversees the acquisition of type of data. So you can see it's them. It's not quite complicated and managing information, law and governance, blah blah blah. So I end the study today. So all these guys is basically the intelligence. Them lot, these lot deal with like these are the ones who mainly does the whole internet fuckery and the spying and snooping and through devices. So the electronic arm of them is these guys. Yeah. And secret intelligence. So these ones are the ones. So if I try to run away from Britain, those are the ones that they would have transferred to me and try to hunt me down with. Well, I ain't running, bitch. So these guys just the monitoring and they have all the fancy shit. You know, like the whole James Bond shit. That's them. These guys are the exact James Bond, but these one are who hunt you overseas. So like wanted people in the country or people that pose a threat to the nation. these man deal with it, and these ones are the national one. They get me, innit? Like they cause it on themselves. They get me, innit? They're the one who brought this on themselves because they could have just fucked up time ago. But it's too late to apologize. Oh God.